Hello, friends. What has been going on? Elvis decided to pay us a little visit, which is always welcome. But then he just stuck around, and you may think that I just fixed it, but all I did was mute my audio. So we're going to turn it back on and see if it's still going. He's gone. Ben, thank you so much for subscribing. I very much appreciate it. And, no matter if you're here for one stream or all of them, just having a nice time is all I could ask for. And,
Vince1208 donated $100. Feeling generous and haven't done anything to help you for ages.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. Literally, it's been 1 second. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous of you. What can I say? And I'm speechless. I'm totally speechless. I was about to kick this off by saying, guys, look what your hard work, generosity, and determination have culminated in. This new outfit. Because, well, now this is kind of how I'm feeling, in a good way. This is outfit 2 out of 365, and that was just a recently finished donation goal. And so thank you so much. It's an incredible privilege, and as long as you guys are feeling good and you're feeling ready to chat and ready to just experience some hopefully good vibes, that's all I could ever ask for. And so thank you tremendously. What should I spend it on, huh? You can decide for me. Something serious, something frivolous, something in between. Yeah, can't wait for 273. That is so funny. And guys, I want to get your opinion on something, okay? Well, actually, on a couple of somethings. The first one, does the setup look better today in terms of pixelation? Do I look a little bit less pixelated? Is there some good vibes happening in terms of the visual quality? Because I think I've tweaked a couple things to hopefully make it look and sound a bit better. But that's not the main thing I want your opinion on. The main thing that I want you guys to kind of share your opinion with me about is, as I started this little challenge, the one outfit per stream challenge, I've realized this might be too easy. And the reason I say that is, well, you guys can't see the full extent of this room, but this is essentially my dressing room now that my brother has moved out. And I feel like I have a lot more, as obscene as it is to say, a lot more than simply 365 outfits, right? And that made me think, why not just keep the challenge going indefinitely? You know what I mean? Like, seriously, why not just have, how we've been doing like 1 out of 365? Why not have it like 1 out of question mark and just see how far we can push it? Because I feel like I could probably get maybe even double out of that, which is fucking crazy to say, right? That is too many clothes. But still, for a good cause, to end up having some left over to donate, we decide, keep or donate or whatever, because I think we could actually do like a world record the amount of different outfits for a single streamer, something like that. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later. Because that's just something that literally just popped into my head like a couple minutes ago. I was like, I've got heaps of outfits here. 365 is going to be a breeze, right? And so maybe, we may even get to 985. And I don't know, I'd have to wear a very special little something for that. But anyway, welcome in. Ben, thank you again for your generous donation. That is incredibly flattering. And if you're a fan of this guy, you'll be a fan of what I'll say a bit later, because we recently just restocked our Pathix in a whole host of colors. And so, if you want one, just let me know and I'll take it out of that little donation that you just offered up, because they're freaking cute as hell. We've improved on the design since you last saw them. And so anyway, we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Welcome in, and yeah, I hope you're all doing well. There's no fan on right now, but that might change a bit later because we've had a surprising, sudden cool shift here where I live, which is pretty welcome, to be honest, because it's been scorchingly hot in the past few days, the past few weeks, essentially, and I have been suffering. I've been suffering not from buffering this time, but instead from sweating, as you guys have heard me say and even seen evidence of, because, yeah, it's been a very kind of stereotypical, shall I say, Australian summer. When people think of Australia, they often think of scorching hot, scorching hot days like that on Australian plains, I love my sunburnt country type beat. However, for the most part, Australia, or at least where I live, here in Victoria, and particularly in the CBD, it can be very, very erratic, It can go from very, very cold to very, very hot to windy. It's kind of a meme here that we call our city, like Melbourne City, the place where you experience 4 seasons in one day. And occasionally there's the 5th season, which is simply fuck you. And so right now, it's been like a long period of time where it's just been hot, which is kind of unusual considering it tends to fluctuate. But suddenly we've come back to our cool shift, and so it's thankfully not been like fucking 35 to 40 degrees Celsius, which is very, very hot in freedom units. And so yeah, Ben, you must know what I mean. Queensland has been hot. I was talking to Mr. Redcastle, who's in Queensland, who was saying it's just as fucking hot. And of course, in Queensland, it's closer to the equator, it's more tropical. And even some of my streamer friends, like Shads, who lives kind of close by, was saying that it's just been fucking hot. HOTTOGO type beat. And so, yeah, it's been just pure hell for those without a really good air conditioner. I, of course, had to get my trusty fan here. And so I love it, and it's honestly the best thing that I invested in recently. But here's the thing. It's loud. It's very loud. And I don't even have it pointing at me because I don't want it to be blowing directly into the fucking mic there. But even when it's pointed away, of course, just the fans generate noise. And so it's kind of like a trade-off. Do I want to be cool or do I want to be audible? And so today I'm going to try to hold off on using it for as long as possible. And I've kind of opened up the doors as much as possible so I can get some airflow in and out. But we'll see. I might just cave. I'm hoping I won't, but it's possible. So anyway, yeah, it's been a crazy heat wave, right? And I don't know, like, well, it's summer, right? So it makes kind of sense, right? But I don't remember being this hot in previous summers. And hey, I don't know, like, I don't want to get into the political side of things, but man, the climate really is changing, shall we say. And so, yeah, with the AC, yeah, it can be a matter of cost for sure. But in my personal little unit here, the air conditioner is literally on the other side of the house. And so I kind of just like, SOL, you know? And I thought, oh yes, a portable fan, that should fix it, right? And it did, but not in a stream-friendly fashion, which is unfortunate. I still use this all the time when I'm not streaming. And it was so funny. I think I told this on stream the other day when it was so scorching hot. I had the fan on just here. You guys can't see it. I keep pointing to it. It's literally right outside your field of view, right? And I was laying in bed here, this like cutesy princessy bed that sometimes I just recline in and enjoy. But it was so hot that the fan wasn't doing anything from like the distance from here to the bed. And so I was like, fuck, like it was too hot to stand anywhere except directly in front of the fan. And so, yeah, I'm lucky we're not currently at that phase right now. But it's been a trip for sure. So anyway, I'm sure that's incredibly exciting to you guys. Essentially, I'm saying welcome in, and if you start seeing me start to glisten, no, that's not because I'm a Twilight vampire. I truly wish. It's simply because, you know, I'm going to be sweating my ass off trying to deliver a nice stream for all of us to enjoy. So, yeah, what is this? Some kind of climate change? What the fuck? Anyway, today's going to be very low-key, like some of our past streams. I finally have something I've waited approximately 6 to 8 weeks for. Something inside this funky little parcel. And I have scribbled out the important details, so don't try and zoom in and enhance into 4K to see where I live, because you won't succeed. This is a shirt from a YouTuber that I really, really like. And as soon as he mentioned that he was releasing merch, I was like, I'm buying that shit. And I think I bought it on stream, actually. It was kind of an impulse buy, but I also wanted to support his, like, you know, his channel and everything. And I also thought, and this is the main thing, that it looked pretty sick. And so that's kind of my, like, my deciding factor, to be honest, when it comes to buying any kind of merch from a celebrity, a YouTuber, a streamer. The top question that I ask, is it fugly or is it nice? And so I decided this one is actually not fugly. And here's the thing, when it comes to people's merch, usually that is kind of the biggest issue. It's either kind of low quality and lazily done, like a logo just slapped onto a fucking Kmart shirt, or it just seems kind of uninspired, right? And it sucks because I feel like there's so much potential to make actually cool merch, right? I've talked about this at length before. But when it came to this particular creator, I was like, okay, I can kind of see the vision. And that's what persuaded me the most. And maybe just a tiny bit because I think he's funny and cute and awesome and everything. And no, I'm not talking about Germa, surprisingly. This is this guy here. If you guys aren't familiar, please don't crash, computer. Please don't crash. ItalianBach's. Who is someone that just popped onto my radar only recently, but he is kind of skyrocketed the ranks into becoming one of my favorite YouTubers. So this guy, he looks interesting, but yeah, he's pretty funny. I recommend his channel if you guys are curious and in need of something to watch when I'm not streaming. Of course, you know, I think our senses of humor are pretty similar in that way. So let me just expand this out a bit. Asido, welcome in. Cody says, your heat wave broke while my cold snap also broke. That's good for the both of us. It so is. There we go. Some, what's it called? Like some balance, some harmony in the universe. Hopefully for better, but sometimes it's hard to tell, you know? And so, yeah, other than that, I'll also be talking to you guys about some other cool things like car insurance update, which is, you know how I get. And also health update, which is only very minor. So I'll just say it now so no one's worrying. I'm getting my results back next Tuesday because it's a public holiday on Monday, and obviously they aren't open on the weekend. So I have to wait a couple of extra days for my blood test that I was talking to you guys about last stream. So I'll let you know what ends up being revealed. It could be the plot twist of the century. Maybe I just have literally no vitamin D whatsoever. That wouldn't surprise me. And that's kind of to blame or to explain for some of my kind of persistent fatigue, which has not been fun. But I'm feeling surprisingly good today. And I actually put on some makeup today, guys. That's how you can tell I'm feeling myself, you know. Just a little light smattering. And I was going to do it on stream, but then I realized I've got some spare time anyway, so I'll just do something quick. But if I ever decide to do a full beat or my sister comes down to visit again, then we will do that on stream, because look at this new updated camera, right? Look at this new fanciful updated camera and bitrate, mind you. So I can get up close and personal. So again, for better or for worse. And you guys can see everything, including, like, there's this weird patch of my cheek here that feels really rough for no reason. Maybe I should get that looked at. But yeah, it seems to hold on to blush a little bit more easily than the other parts of my face. So, that's it. You know, that's me, guys. And like I said before, rocking outfit number 2 for today. Now, does anyone know who this actually is? This gentleman, because he looks kind of familiar, but maybe it's just a rando. I'll stand up. This guy. Ding. This is kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie, but for some reason it kind of fit the mood for today. Stock image ass motherfucker is hilarious. It feels it almost looks like a celebrity, but I don't know who it could be, and I'm too woefully undereducated about kind of movies and pop culture to know. If anyone has an inkling, just shout and I'll look them up. But anyway, that's the vibe for today. It's a little bit alternative. Where's my necklace? If I were leaning fully into like the kind of alternative vibe, maybe I'd wear like a fucking choker or something, or some Billie Eilish stacked rings. But this is kind of the vibe for today, and so nothing too crazy. And so here we are. And I've been telling you guys that my friend is joining me on stream this weekend, and that is all green lighted. It's going ahead. I'm so excited because she actually said, so this is a friend that has popped into stream a couple times just in the chat only. She said that it's okay to call her by her actual name, which I was about to tell you guys, but I figured it would be more fun for her to tell you guys when she finally joins us. And so that's going to be my first guest of 2025, first guest in this room and with this setup, so it's very special to me. She's one of my bestest, most closest friends that I've known since the beginning of high school. So since I was like 12 years old. I'm 25 now. And yeah, she's been with me through thick and thin, and I love her to pieces, and I'm sure you guys will too. So please, if you have spare time, I think it's this Saturday. Let me just double check that. At 8 p.m. we'll be starting. Please come and say hi, you know? Come and give her the warm welcome of Twitch, because she's not really, like I was before I started streaming, she's not really that into the Twitch scene. So let's show her how cool Twitch can be, how cool chat can be, and just show her all your love and support. It's going to be lots of fun, and I'm going to ask her some interview questions and stuff. Going to, like, you know, just do some drawings, and yeah, it's going to be great. So anyway, euphemism. The audio is behind. Oh my gosh, thank you for telling me, because we did delay it last time because there was a lag. But if the lag has been fixed by changing the bitrate, then I have to just get rid of the audio lag entirely. So if that's what other people are experiencing, please let me know, because I think pretty easily change it. Let me try this and tell me if it looks better. See, I'm getting better, guys. I'm getting better. Currently, there's 100 millisecond offset. What if I change it back to 0? Does that fix it? Or does that make it worse? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Guy from the shirt is Jack Nicholson. Is it really? It looks a bit like him. I need to get him entirely in the frame. You guys can just have a look. What do you think? It's kind of freaky. It's like he's the one doing the stream. That is probably a good guess though. I might look that up in just a sec. Because I know Jack Nicholson from his most famous movie, right? Jack Nicholson, The Shining, right? It kind of. As for where I got the shirt, I'm pretty sure this was thrifted. Sometimes, so in the past, when I used to go on these big shopping hauls, sometimes I would just buy in bulk from people, like I said before, on Facebook Marketplace and stuff like that. Or I would just, buy in bulk from Depop and stuff. But it was, it was probably from one of those purchases early on. Because honestly, I don't fucking remember, which is crazy. It's crazy to have clothes and not remember where they came from. They just kind of like appeared, right? They spawned from the ether. But that's my leading theory. Otherwise, it could have been like one of my brother's shirts that kind of got just lost in translation because he'd probably wear something like this, you know. He tends to go for those kinds of very casual but, you know, interesting styles. And so I know that's not very helpful, but there we go. And I don't know, kind of, I think it's the teeth that like is really the giveaway. This could just be a random person, but I feel like, you know, he's got a slight hint of familiarity there. Now I'm going to change the sync offset in the other direction. Euphemism. And tell me if it's better or worse. Minus 100. Okay. How's that? Is that good? And sorry to everyone having to put up with this. We're very much in our like fucking tech help on stream instead of off stream phase. So let me know. I'll keep talking and saying random things. Soul Nursery, welcome in. How are you, my friend? And yeah, like I said, today's going to be really chill, really casual, and we're going to be just hanging out like we normally do. I'm feeling good. I'm warming up by the minute, and I've got my friend here to, you know, to keep me joyous and to be my co-host. So there we go. Was there anything else that I needed to show you guys as well? I can't remember. Besides the unboxing, that is. For now, I think that's all. How does this look? And I don't think this is just you, by the way, because this was something that I was dealing with when I first started with this new setup. I was like, fuck, there's like a delay. But it's hard to test because how it looks in OBS isn't always how it looks on other people's devices. So it's kind of cool to do this troubleshooting live, as long as it's not boring to you guys. But yeah, how's that? Is it better? Better? Worse? Any piece of data is still helpful, you know? While we get that sorted, let me ask how you guys are doing. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling happy? Are you feeling like you're on top of the world? Or at the bottom of the world? Hopefully not. Because yeah, it's a new day, a new time zone, and it's like a joyous time whenever we're hanging out together. That's how I see it, at least. So by the way, as an update for my tabs, I have not reclaimed them all yet, but I do think the tip that you guys gave about Microsoft Edge, I think that was you, Cody, is a very strong lead. So I'm still working on that in the background. Let's see. Brian Cox from Succession. I've been hearing a lot about Succession lately. I know him from Philomena Conk. Oh gosh. That's so funny. Oh, I'm hearing the audio before the video hits. Okay, that might be because we just changed it to be minus. Let's see. Properties. Gonna make it back to 100 millisecond delay and see if that's helpful. How's that? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Let me see. What if I sing? Is that more helpful or more obfuscating? If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next to you. It's funny euphemism because the setting that I currently have was what I started this stream with. Should I just bump it up a little bit more to like, because right now it's 100 milliseconds delayed. Should I make it like 150, 125? Hard not to think about someone asking how you doing without thinking about someone speaking like Joey from Friends. How you doing? You know, I could be Joey from Friends. He's got that cheeky side. He's got that playboy side. How you doing? I never understood why, like, I don't know. No one really seemed to stick with Joey for a long time, as in the core, the main, like, group of friends. Honestly, he was my favorite. He's so cute and so charming. Maybe because he was known as being a bit of a womanizer, but still, he could be sweet when he wanted to be. And Ross, come on. He's just a, I don't know if you guys have seen the memes about him being a psycho, but yeah, he's a literal psycho. Anyway, guys, how you doing? Is that sounding better? What if I bump this up to like 110, 115? Okay. Let's test this out with Sing. I've like forgotten every single song that I've ever known. If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next to you. Ooh. If the party was over and our time on earth was through. Ooh, I'd wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile if the world was ending. I'd wanna be next to you. Not me, not Hermione, you. Pretty close. Should I bump it up a little bit more? 125? Gonna need a quick smooth operator to verify. I got you. Ready? Also, please forgive me if I keep looking down at my old camera instead of my new one, because I've done these streams the past year and a bit entirely staring at this camera here, which is my laptop webcam, and I have to remember to focus my eyeline up now. It's so weird. Hello. Here's a smooth operator for you. No need to ask, he's a smooth operator. There's a British one. Smooth operator. Does that seem a little bit closer? We can do this all day, just so you guys know. Diamond life, lover boy. This might be a sing-songy stream for today. He move in space with minimum waste, maximum joy. Though my voice is kind of misbehaving. 125. Let's try this. City lights, business nights. Here's a clap. When you require streetcar desire for higher highs. No place for beginners or sensitive hearts. Okay, that's enough. I'm getting too shy now. How was a clap? I need one of those movie ones, you know? Take 469. Ding! Okay, sorry. I'm getting off track. How do regular streamers do this shit? Like, how do they know what to do? What to change? What to tweak? And I'm going to be fully honest with you guys. Like, if we're really getting down to the nitty gritty, the settings that I changed was purely because I asked ChatGPT, what are the best settings to stream with a Canon M50 DSLR? One schematic back. All right, I got you. 120 might be the golden goose. How's that? Yeah, I asked ChatGPT. I was like, I have this computer, like Alienware laptop, this camera. What settings do I need? And then I just did exactly what it said, essentially. And so, yeah, I don't even really know what I'm doing. I'm just like, just crossing my fingers and hoping for the best. Oh, gosh. This looks good. All right, 120. Remember that, guys. That makes sense, actually. That's like, wait, 120. It's like, 2 times 60, which is like 2 minutes, but instead it's seconds. But instead of seconds, it's like milliseconds. Okay, sorry. Do you guys kind of get what I'm saying? Yeah, anyway. If anything else catches your guys' eye, please let me know. Don't ever think that it's rude or unasked for. Like before you've missed us, you said nobody asked, but it's extremely helpful. And otherwise, like if I don't know and if I don't change the settings, it really makes the rest of the stream suffer. So thank you so much for letting me know. 120. Ding! Punch drinker, you get 2. Ready? Ding! The other eye. That's very rarely used. So yeah, hopefully now that half hour of tech resolution is over, yeah, we can just enjoy the stream lag free. And I wish I could say ad free, but unfortunately that's not up to me. So yeah, welcome in everyone. I hope you're doing well. Check out the setup, guys. It's kind of a vibe, you know what I mean? It's kind of, with this guy here, with the background lights, with the shirt, with everything, it's just kind of, it's all really just working together, isn't it? And so I'm feeling good. I hope you are too. And yeah, we're really just going to jump right into it, I suppose. And Cody, I wish I could turn off ads. It's literally not an option. There's actually an option, as crazy as it sounds, there's actually an option to turn on more ads, which is like, you know how usually subscribers like don't have to watch ads because they've subscribed, and that's like the whole point. There's an option so that subscribers have to watch ads too, and I'm like, that is so dirty. It's like, why would anyone do that? But some people, like some really big streamers do. They feel like the money that they make from that is kind of justifies the I don't know, the dirtiness of the act itself, which couldn't be me. But anyway, yeah, unfortunately, this is quite literally the minimum amount of ads that I can run. And so it's like 3 minutes per hour or so. And you have to the only thing you can choose is how you split them out. So you can do it like, however many seconds in that hour, or just all at once, which is what I do, once per hour. So yeah, exactly. Why sub if you have to watch ads? For the emotes, I suppose, or just for bragging rights. But to me, it feels like a really underhanded move if you're a streamer and you do that. But some people, like some streamers do. It's weird, And so, yeah, imagine that, subscribing and then just being like, you thought. Anyway, yeah, I have my own reservations about ads, and I actually used to talk very openly about how I felt. And so, yeah, it was kind of like something that I had to be told not to talk about anymore because I could get in some trouble. But you guys know how I feel, and there are certain ways to kind of facilitate the destruction of ads, if you guys know what I mean, to put it in very kind of obfuscated terms. Anyway, yeah, the other option is pre-rolls, but that's fucked. There's nothing worse than trying to check out a bunch of different streams and just being hit with ad after ad before you even have invested any time into the actual channel. It's like, well, fuck you. So yeah, it's kind of a lose-lose, but hopefully this is the least disruptive, especially when you can run ads while you just go and have a break as well. So anyway, that's all boring behind the scenes stuff, streamer stuff that is, yeah, the bane of every streamer's existence, but I think the bane of every viewer's existence also. And so anyway, I hope you guys are feeling like you're ready to unpack this bad boy, because I am. And I've been waiting for this for a very long time. Not to compare the two, but my merch, my personal merch that I send out to people is made and sent a hell of a lot quicker than some of these really big YouTuber and streamer kind of companies. Like they said at minimum 6 weeks. And I was like, fuck, I mean, I understand there's a lot of orders and it's shipping worldwide, but damn, that's a long time to wait. And I think it was like maximum 12 weeks or something like that. And so for my little website and stuff, we have like almost, maximum 6 weeks and stuff like that. And so it's just like a little interesting point of reference. Maybe it's because they have like a factory and like everything like that, but we make everything here. So it's pretty quick. It's pretty streamlined. We just get the thing and then we put our design on top, or like we print it out if it's like a poster and we send it off. It's quite simple. But even with the apparel, it's like one of my favorite pieces of merch. We literally just have the plain jumper or shirt and we put on the design. It takes like a day. And so, yeah, 6 weeks. Oh my Lord, Lord have mercy type beat, but it's finally here. And so I'm hoping, I kind of forgot exactly what the design was and what size I got. I'm hoping it like looks and feels and not tastes. I made that joke last time, didn't I? Like I remember it. And so this, might end up being tomorrow's or next stream's outfit. We'll see. 12 weeks if you can believe it. So anyway. Let's see. Fuck, I'm kind of like, this is a thing. This is the issue that I have whenever I have a gift or like something that's arrived in the mail that I'm trying to wait to open. I always just fixate on it and I can't think about anything else until I've actually opened the thing. And so I'm trying to just like pace myself because we just started. We're just warming up still. But I'm like, I want to fucking open that. So maybe we'll do a poll. And I'll let you guys decide. So that way my own impatience is kind of hidden. Should we open the present? Yes or no? Because right now it's just simply tantalizing me and I'm desperate to know what's inside. I mean, I know what's inside, but you know what I mean. So this is it. ASMR for you. Ooh. Interesting. And as for the shirt that I'm currently wearing, I don't know if it's a superhero or a supervillain. That's up to you guys to decide. Every now and then his eyes will just occasionally peek out at you. But I do like it. It's quite comfy and I like the monochromatic look. It's a bit, like I said before, alternative and kind of goes with a lot of different like bottoms, if that makes sense, or different other accessories and stuff like that. You can put a jacket over it and yeah, it just seems to match a lot of things. And so right now for the pants I'm wearing, I'm just wearing jeans. So nothing special. For the actual challenge, I've said before that it's basically what you guys can see. I don't know if that's a cop-out, but I feel like when it comes to actually keeping this challenge going, it's going to make the most sense. So, ta-da! And yeah, that's kind of the vibes, Let's see. Right now, yes is winning, but or could really, I have to think about what or might be. It could really come out ahead. Yes is obviously opening it. No is leaving it as it is. Or is like fucking shooting it off into space or something like that, which obviously I don't want to do. We'll think of something. Don't worry. Yeah. Fuck. All right. Or means you can open it, but not take it out. Oh my God. That is torture. All right. I agree. Yeah, it's just like a little taste test. Okay, if you guys decide, so it shall be. I'm beholden to you all. This kind of reminds me of the old school streams where we'd be doing like the throne unboxings and stuff. Unboxings. And that was really fun. Like sometimes just being completely astounded by what was in front of me, like the MILF mug, which by the way, I use a lot. And I ended up ultimately getting 3 mugs because I liked the first one so much that Sea Locket sent me, I think, another two. My dad and my mum, they both use their own mugs, their own MILF mugs so often. It's like, you guys have 1,000 other mugs. I guess they just like frogs, you know? Man, I love frogs. And so, yeah, that was very funny to see just on their like kitchen counter, just being reminded, oh yeah, they have a MILF mug. That's, I don't know how I feel about that. But anyway, I also use mine quite a bit. It's beautiful. And so thank you guys for your intense generosity. It doesn't go unnoticed. So, including today, like right off the bat, it's absolutely crazy. All right. Thankfully, you guys said yes. I'm so excited. Are you excited to see what's in here? I don't have scissors, so I guess I'll just rip into it like a savage beast. These long nails, as much as they get in the way of my hobbies, like guitar playing and typing and all that stuff, they come in handy for ripping things apart like your life depends on it. So hopefully without damaging the actual shirt. Now I'm trying to do this so you guys can see it too. Oh. For a second, I was like, what? I don't remember this. But now I do remember this. Yes, I do. It's Emmy's cowboy era right now. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I just kicked you. Now, this is flipped, but it says Batch's Rodeo Western Outfitters. Kind of cool, right? Very oversized little moment. I could probably wear this over this. But does that count though? Nah, okay. I'll save this for the next stream maybe. Very cute. I just need a cowboy hat to go along with it and some cowboy boots. Yeah, it's dope, right? And so this is actually a YouTuber's merch, which is cool because usually YouTuber merch looks like absolute dog shit, to be honest. But I like how this could be something that you just see at a store. That was kind of my, one of my main deciding factors when deciding to purchase merch. It's cool. And yeah, the horse is actually orange. It's like, kind of highlighter orange and highlighter blue. So let me stand back so hopefully you guys can see it better. Here. The cowboy vibe. I'm feeling it. And it could be a very kind of slouchy casual moment with like some shorts or just jeans like the ones I'm wearing now. And yeah. This was pretty expensive as well. So ye fucking whore, guys. Oh my gosh. Wait, in my accent, that doesn't really sound that good. I have to say it in an American accent, otherwise it sounds like I'm being rude. Oh gosh. So yeah, you'll probably catch me wearing this in the next stream, which is cool. I've been waiting for this for so long, and I paid, you know, I paid my fair share for this because I wanted to support my favorite YouTubers. And I'm pretty sure, in terms of my own merch, it's roughly the same price, if not a little bit cheaper. I can't remember, actually. I'm just doing some quick research here. For the shirt, yeah, roughly the same price. Around $50, you know? That's without shipping. So, we're pretty competitive, which makes me happy. You know, I want to be doing right by you guys. And so I will say we do have an edge up. Is that the phrase? A leg up or an edge when it comes to the actual shipping. So yeah, so you can see here. This is the shirt. It's made to order. Will ship in 8 to 10 weeks. That's a fucking long time. So yeah. And even the hoodie, like, we're actually cheaper. Because I think our hoodies are like 90. Wait. Sorry, white screen. Sorry for the flashbang. Yeah, so our hoodies are 90, just a little bit more competitive. But yeah. I would love to put a nice design on a like hoodie or a shirt like that. Because right now we've got it very minimalist, which is kind of you know, it's nice. I think there's definitely a place for that on the market. But you know, considering we do such cool designs, those could go pretty well on a shirt or like on a hoodie, I think. So who knows? In the future, we'll have to see. That reminds me, there's a new addition to the shop, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. So yeah, very cool. And I can't wait to wear that on stream. I'll be repping that merch, you know. If you guys want a link, here it is. There we go. Cowboy hat. Does anyone know where I can get a cowboy hat? Like an actual good one. Ooh. Kmart. All right. Represent. I might just try and do my best, like a cowboy cosplay at some point. Yeah, I guess I have to go all the way to Texas for it. I wouldn't mind that, actually. I'll be like, I'll do my best Elvis kind of, hey little mama impression. I'm not the greatest at accents, to be quite honest, but I try my best, little mama. So with that, yeah, that would be totally insufferable after like more than 5 minutes. But cool. I'm happy with that purchase. And what does it say on the tag actually? It just says yeehaw. Yeehaw. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that in Australian. Sound like yeehaw. Things are getting wild at Batch's Rodeo. Western Outfitters. Is this Red Dead Redemption? Yeah, for real. Ta-da. When you go to Graceland, you can go to Texas after. Exactly, to get a hat. That's so true. It's on my bucket list. On my wish list, on my bucket list. And you know, actually, how I said Shads was planning to go to the US this year. Well, I saw his kind of, how do I describe it? Like his donation goal, basically. And it's placed at roughly 7,000. Now, I can't remember if that was USD or if it was AUD. But that's helpful because eventually I want to someday go to the US, and now I don't have to do any of my own research. I'll just pluck that number out of thin air and be like, yeah, that's great. I'm just going to take 7K from my savings and just go for my life. Because previously I was like, oh, how much would it cost? I don't actually know. I was thinking maybe 10K, 20K, 50K, but no, I think you can do it pretty good. Like you can do a US trip for, like Shads said, 7K pretty comfortably. And so one day it'll happen. You're trying to get a real cowboy hat. I don't know, like what makes a real cowboy hat? I need to know the details because I saw just from that brief search they did, they go up like hundreds of dollars. I guess maybe the ingredients, they're better quality or the craftsmanship. But yeah, I'm trying to go for a decent one, you know, a flattering one, not one that looks like a Halloween costume. You know what I mean? Because they're actually pretty popular in the US, you know, which makes sense. The cowboy boots and the cowboy hat, and it doesn't look cartoonish. It just looks like a cool outfit. And so, I don't know, could I rock it? Am I too vampiric for the cowboy aesthetic? Who knows? I might just end up singing Jolene like Miley Cyrus, but that's okay with me. But yeah. I know part of the challenge, by the way, for the like singular outfit, one per stream, the outfit challenge, was meant to be involving me not buying any new clothes, but I did buy that way before the challenge started, and it just came this late. It was like fucking weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks ago. So yeah, from now on, essentially, from the beginning of this challenge, I will not be purchasing any new clothes because that kind of defeats the purpose. I'm trying to become more thoughtful and mindful about my clothing use and clothing buying instead of the other way around. So yeah, it's like, I'm not going to make that a habit, don't worry. Urban Cowgirl is right. Yeah, so a 10-gallon hat, is that an actual thing? First of all, how much is a gallon? But is it just the shape, or can it actually fit 10 gallons in it? Because that could come in handy, you know. These are the questions that keep me up at night. 10-gallon hat. Oh my gosh. Maybe I should get something like this. Oh my lord. These are cool. Why is it called a 10-gallon hat? Oh, it doesn't actually hold that much liquid. Oh, it's from the Spanish word galon, which means braid. Some hats were adorned with braids that could be referenced as 10 galanes, indicating the number of braids. Ooh. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day on Emmy Cherry's stream. That's cool. Catch me sometime soon wearing a cowboy hat with a braid like that. That rhymed. I wonder if that's real or if that's AI. I'm becoming increasingly wary scrolling the net because sometimes it's really hard to tell. That looks sus there. See that I'm talking about right there? That looks kind of sus. I mean, it's not the end of the world to be using AI, but it's just, you know, it's something to be mindful of. Like, I'm not sure, so I don't want to be disrespectful to the people that make the hats, but I'm assuming that the braid here is meant to be the same all the way around and not kind of like warped how it is here. But maybe it's just part of the design, I don't know. Very sus, yeah. It's not a terrible thing to be using AI, but it's yeah. It's just something to be mindful of. I've like told you guys that I use AI for various tasks. Like I asked it what settings to use for stream. Sometimes I use it on stream to like hopefully entertain you guys. But yeah, I don't know. I think the best thing to do, however, is to be transparent about usage instead of just being like, here's an image, because it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake, which when it comes to a hat is not really that important. But when it comes to things like, I don't know, politics and news and stuff like that, it's good to know when what you're looking at is actually artificially created. So anyway, we got deep all of a sudden. Look up Doug Dimmadome. That's hilarious. I loved Fairly Odd Parents when I was a kid. I still do. I need a hat like this, guys. No cap. And it, no pun intended. And it needs to be that long, by the way. If it's not that long, then I don't want it. You know what's funny? My mom could probably 3D print one. Oh my gosh, that's an incredible cosplay. Sorry. Just made me laugh to think that it's just his head that's actually that big, requiring such a big hat. Doug Dimmadome. It's a fun name to say. He kind of looks a bit like the KFC Colonel with the get up there. But yeah. Anyway, we're totally off track. Let's come back and reconvene. Yeah, I'm so happy that I got my piece of merch. It's honestly, besides a jumper that I got from like the Good Mythical Morning store, so Rhett and Link store, it's basically my only other piece of merch that I have, besides my own, of course. Yeah, that was a crazy tangent. That happens a lot here. And so for this year, like, you know, besides the challenge stuff, so I'm trying not to buy any more clothes, but when and where possible, I want to try and support my favorite like artists when I can. Just recently, when I was at the Parks Elvis Festival, I purchased a beautiful, like kind of not watercolor, but it's like a sketch colored in drawing that I bought and put onto my wall. And excuse me, it's a picture of the title is Water Lettuce, and it's like a picture of a beautiful green leaf that's like gently dipping into the water. And I don't know, it was just a nice experience to be able to support a local artist, or, you know, in terms of international artists like streamer friends and stuff, to be like, here's some money. I would like to exchange some money for a good or a service. And yeah, to just like kind of fill my world with more personal things, if that makes sense. Instead of stuff, which was my previous MO, that was like, I don't know, kind of from Kmart or whatever. Because Kmart is good and definitely serves a purpose, don't get me wrong. I'm probably going to have to go and get some shoes from Kmart soon because my last ones, as you guys heard, totally disintegrated essentially. But in terms of like art and like valuable, memorable pieces, it's really nice to kind of accumulate those over time through experiences like traveling or making new friendships and being exposed to their worlds. And so that's going to be my MO for this year if I do end up in a position to like be purchasing other like pieces of art or whatever, because I don't know, it just feels more special than something random from online, especially if that online thing has been made with less than ideal practices, you know? But yeah, Kmart's pretty cool. I owe a lot of my, you know, some pieces of my wardrobe and some home goods. I owe a lot to Kmart, and I'm not at all like hating on it, because that would be just totally unfair. My auntie and I used to have a Kmart phase and an IKEA phase actually, where we just go like almost every single day just to like look around and see what was new. And yeah, it's very good if you're in a pinch and you need basically anything, you know. But in terms of building up I don't know, kind of a personalized collection, that I think can only happen through these little curated pieces here and there from places and people that you deem worthy enough to kind of, I don't know, become part of your life, essentially. You know, the clothes that we wear, the things that we decorate our houses with, those are all part of us, in a sense, part of our identities. And that's both a good and a bad thing, because you can swap them out at any time. But sometimes I think, depending on one's material conditions or whatever, other circumstances like living with other people, you have maybe sometimes less control than one would like. But still, it's like a fun little extension of oneself. And I may have talked about this before, but I remember once we did a writing exercise in university about like what you could learn from a person just by walking into their bedroom, for example, without them being there. Like what little details could kind of give away their personality or what they're into. And honestly, I think there are lots you can learn just based on an initial kind of glance. What kind of posters are on the wall, if any? What do they prioritize? Like, do they have a big, massive bed like I do? Or do they have like a bookshelf full of books, comics, poetry, you know? Do they have a TV on the wall? It's like those types of things that kind of instantly give you a feel for the kind of personality that you might be dealing with. And so it's a fun writing exercise, but it's also a fun philosophical exercise that can be kind of applied in real life without being too judgmental. You know, the point is not to judge a book by its cover, but to notice a book by its cover and then make your own opinions after the fact in hopefully an open-minded way. And it's the kind of thing that, you know, we give ourselves away in literally everything that we do. The way that we speak, the way that we sit, you know. Yeah, it's very much a visual identity. And I think this, depending on how you feel, it could be scary or it could be liberating. Personally, for me, I think it's more liberating, especially if you have creative control. Like sometimes when you're living at home with your parents, for example, you can't exactly redecorate the entire house how you'd want it to. It's their house, their rules, their decorations, right? But when you move out, especially like me currently having like this whole place to myself, I can literally just change everything exactly how I want it. I can have it as hot or as cold as I like. I can stay up as late as I want. I can have a bath at 3 a.m. and I won't be bothering anyone. And so it's kind of like you can almost, I don't know, you inhabit the space that you're in, but it also kind of inhabits you. And that sounds so fucking cliche, right? But I think it's true. There are like, there are personalities to homes, and more often than not, they reflect the personality living inside it, right? Because otherwise, like, whose personality would it be? Unless you're purposely trying to make it different to yours. And so, yeah, 3M baths definitely go crazy. I love a good hot bath. I actually had one before. Though I will say they do tend to make me very tired. Like, so I tend to prefer them in the like evenings, right? Because if I have one in the morning, I'm just like, damn, I'm done for the day, and I just woke up. So yeah, hot relaxing bath right before bed. Especially if you pair that with a book, that is knockout combo. And I mean that literally. It will knock you TF out. It's a little bit tricky though if you're reading in the bath. You have to be careful not to drop that book in the bath. It's not happened to me yet, but I'm scared that it might. So, yeah. The 3 a.m. baths, they definitely go hard. What else? Yeah, sorry, this is a very tangential kind of stream for today. And I guess, yeah, in preparation for the big stream with my friend, I wanted to ask you guys if there are any like activities you wanted us to do together. We're basically going to be doing a paint and sip and chip and dip kind of thing, right? And it's like the kind of thing where you usually do this in a big group with some alcoholic beverages and painting on an easel or something. But we're kind of changing the rules a little bit, right? And so we're sitting here at our desk with, I don't know, we're either going to use paint or we're going to use an actual book, right? And we're going to take some requests from you guys because my friend is an incredible illustrator, right? And we're going to talk while we do it. And so it's kind of like a way for someone who's never been on camera and been on stream before to kind of feel a bit more comfortable. So they're not just like staring down the barrel of a camera with like nothing to do with their hands or no activity to kind of make them feel less pressured. While my friend is drawing, I'll ask her some questions about our friendship, questions that I've pre-planned, but also questions from you guys. So you can ask her anything, and depending on what she feels comfortable answering, she'll do a tell-all, you know, about our friendship or her life or what she's doing now, what she does for work, etc. And I think it's going to be cool. Like I was just talking about in terms of our homes and our decorations and our clothes kind of informing the world about who we are. I think our friends are also kind of at the top of that list too. They say that you as a person are basically a mosaic of the top 5 people you spend the most time with. And so I don't know how true that is or how many of you guys would subscribe to that idea, but I think it's worth investigating because if you're hanging out with people that bring you kind of sad, mad, or bad feelings, then it's kind of maybe time for a change. You know what I mean? I'm very lucky that all of my friends are incredible individuals. And honestly, I might be the weakest link. That's what I'm learning. Fuck. And I don't just mean in my friends, actually, because recently I've been meaning to tell you guys this too. My brother, he actually just got announced that he's been accepted into his PhD program. And so I'm realizing, okay, so I'm the oldest child out of myself, my brother, and my sister. My sister has bought a house at like the age of 22. My brother is getting into his PhD program, so by the end of it, he'll be a literal doctor of philosophy. And what do I do? Fuck. I just have an existential crisis. I write silly little poems and stories and then talk some random BS online. Fuck. Guys, am I the weakest link? It's okay if that's true. I've accepted it at this point, but it's like, you know, I think it's a good thing to not be the smartest person in every room you walk into because you can never really learn in that way, right? And so with my friends, I always feel like I'm learning something from them, whether it's like academia related, philosophy, or, you know, just life related. It's a nice kind of, I don't know, it's a nice nourishing experience, even if I feel sometimes like, oh fuck, what am I doing with my life, you know? And so, yeah, it's interesting. And I feel like you guys, if you like me, then you're going to love her. She's very, very cool. And yeah, you know, she's basically all the good parts about me and none of the, I don't want to say bad, but none of the unfortunate parts. So yeah, it's going to be lots of fun, essentially. Just a couple of cool peeps, you know, just hanging out. And it'll really put this little setup to the test because the way it's set up right now, it's very much centered quite literally around having one person like presenting or whatever. Because once there's two people here, the mic is set up on one side and the camera's right in the middle, and it's like hard to move. So we're going to figure out a way to make sure that we're both in the frame and both like audible. So it's going to be a bit of an experiment as well. And like the start of this stream where we spent some time just going over like the visuals and making sure there's no delay, we might also spend some time figuring out the framing and just comfortability and seating arrangement and everything while we're on stream on the weekend. So just be prepared for that. And so, yeah, anyway, it's going to be lots of fun. And it's something I've been meaning to do for a while. So I'm very, very excited. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Also, there have been some new friends just joining us. Is it Fi Satsu? Welcome in. And some of our, I don't want to say old, but familiar faces. And so welcome in. Also, did I say welcome to space before? I hope you guys are well. And maybe now's a good time for me to ask my favorite question, which is how you guys are doing in one word or less. All answers are completely acceptable. For me, I'm feeling, I want to say something less ordinary than excited, but I am feeling excited. Fuck. I'm feeling good. Cody, you're feeling stable? That's a wonderful feeling. It's nice to have that kind of steady sense of calmness and, that kind of flow state in a sense. It's a very nice place to be in, especially for an artist. I'm glad to hear it. And so, yeah, excited and good is kind of the words that are coming to my mind. And I'm thinking of a bunch of different things, actually, not just the obvious, like what we were just talking about. Though I will say, oh my God, there's something that happened recently that I just remembered that is not that great or exciting, but it's kind of inevitable and has been something that has been put off for a while, and so it had to happen. So my rent is being raised in the next month or so permanently. It's going to be raised by like $100 a month, which is not really that much, unfortunate. But yeah, it's kind of this extra layer of awkwardness because my landlord is my auntie, who I'm very close with. And I can sympathize with her because she has kept the rent here low for a very, very long time. Lower than everyone else on the block and probably everyone else in this fucking tri-state area. You know what I mean? Like currently the rent is like just under 400, if I'm not mistaken, per month. Sorry, per week. Oh my God, imagine if it was per month. And around here, there's nothing you can get that's under like 600 per week. Or like 550, 600. And so I was very, very lucky to have extremely low rent for like basically the first 9-10 months of living here, which is where I'm currently at. But then she was like telling me that her agent called her and was saying like, I think it's time that you raise the rent because like their fees are increasing and it just is like, it hasn't been raised for like fucking years and years. And so she had to have this like really awkward conversation with me about how like, I'm really sorry, is it okay if I raise the rent? And I was like, I really have a choice, but yeah, I mean, that's fine, And so it's kind of like this, really interesting thing where as much as there are less headaches when you're kind of like renting from someone that there's still just like this extra layer of added awkwardness because when those things happen, it's like, I hope this doesn't affect our, our relationship. And I don't think it will, but certainly it's possible. Like, especially if it was like a kind of untenable amount. If it was like, oh yeah, it's going up by like $300, I'd be like, I literally can't afford that. So, yeah. I hope it doesn't raise again for a little while because I think she was just putting it off for a really long time because, she's a genuinely kind-hearted woman. And I think she felt sorry for her previous tenants as well. So she didn't raise it on them, even though she'd been asked to by her agent like for years. Eventually, I think it just had to happen. And so it's kind of, it's one of those things. I think by March or April, it'll start being permanently raised plus $100 per month, which is not that big of a deal. But it's just like, you know, every little bit counts. And so, Ben, I'm not sure if you're still here, but that little, like, not little, that donation from the start of this stream is such a huge, yeah, it's such a huge privilege. And literally, it all goes straight into either the stream or just fucking rent and groceries. And so thank you so much. Of course, every now and then I do like to treat myself. So I'm not going to say that I'm living a fucking Spartan monk-like life. But it's just, yeah, those types of things really help out when it comes to unexpected occurrences like that. Like literally yesterday, my auntie told me, and literally in front of everyone, like in front of the whole family, and it was kind of like awkward, I'm not gonna lie. But I love her to pieces, and you know, she wouldn't do something like that if she knew it would be like detrimental overall, or if it was like the straw that broke the camel's back, whatever. So I'm glad, and you know, if it helps her pay off her house a little bit quicker, fuck it, that's a good cause, I reckon. It's better than just like paying off some random person's house. So, you know, she is a badass. I love her so much. And the fact that it's been low for, like, it's been this low for this long is kind of unprecedented, when every other house on the block is just, yeah, it's fucking, it's just 550, 600 or even more. So, yeah. Cody, you pay 612 Canadian dollars a month. That seems really cheap, you know? Or is it like, I don't know, is that normal for your area? Because like here in Australia, especially Victoria, and especially like the closer you get to the city, the prices get exponentially higher. But my rent here is pretty cheap. But you know, now that I'm living alone, like once you have roommates and stuff, it gets a lot cheaper. But yeah, it's kind of crazy because, I don't know, you really have to be working full time to feel secure, I think, or living with a bunch of roommates or whatever, because yeah, you can split the kind of price that way. Yeah, so like if you're living with someone, because like, damn, there are people that have rent that is like kind of incredibly crazy to think about. It's like, especially people that I've seen online, they have these incredible massive apartments or even mansions in like the middle of the city, and I'm talking about like in the US here. And their rent is like more than my car, like the entire price of my car per month. And it's like, oh shit. Yeah, I miss the 70s when you could buy a house for lunch money. So true. And it's like, I feel like, you know, eventually the prices will just become really, really unmanageable for a lot of people. But until then, everyone's just going to feel the squeeze and, you know, feel it more and more intensely until something breaks, something snaps. We're not quite there yet, but I feel like people are definitely hurting. And so what can you do? It's times like that where I feel very fortunate that, like, you know, I have my friends and family that I can like fall back on. If I for some reason can't end up paying rent at any point, I can just go back to live with my parents. It's not the end of the world. But not everyone has that kind of backup plan. And so I feel very lucky to be even able to have a family like that, like supportive like that in the first place. And so, yeah, it's like one of those things that trips me up whenever I think about it for too long. But it's like, you know, one of the most basic essential things, and it's a luxury, which is fucking crazy. People around the world that might be like, you know, struggling to find a safe place to sleep under a, you know, a dry roof, or to get food on the table, those things that we kind of take for granted, you know, which is something that I'm definitely guilty of doing. It's, I think, a good practice to be, you know, grateful and mindful and kind of, yeah, give back when and where I can, if not monetarily, with my time or my, you know, my art or whatever it may be, because everything counts. And there are different ways to, I guess, show love or show support. And you know, you guys do that every single day, on stream and off stream. You guys are incredible examples for how to be wonderful people, being supportive, helpful, and generous. And I don't just mean financially. Generous with your time, your attention, your thoughts, you know, your philosophizing, and your comedy. It's like those types of things that are incredibly valuable, especially when, you know, the most important currency in this climate is definitely attention. You know, like it's what Mr. Beast fucking artificially, scientifically, to the millisecond fine tunes his videos for. Want to make sure those eyeballs are as fixated on you as possible, because that's what makes the world go round, essentially. And so, yeah, we're in a deep dish for real. Yeah, and euphemisticism, you're so right. There are people that have to live in their cars. There are people that are stuck in kind of unfavorable conditions, like, you know, with either roommates or fucking family members that they don't like, but they have to live with because where else are they going to go? And yeah, it's like, you know, those most essential things that sometimes we kind of take a bit for granted. It can be very, very, I think, I don't know, not to get too fucking spiritual, but it can be healing to just remember, like, oh my gosh, what a lucky, wonderful life that I have, you know? And that's without the Lamborghinis in my garage. It's just through the richness of life's most basic pleasures, you know? A bit of food, a bit of shelter, a bit of friends and family, and a little extra bit of indulgences, like, you know, for me, I guess it's social media, not gonna lie, and sweets. Those are some of the things that I definitely need to work on kind of minimizing my usage of, because I realized how much time I actually spend on like Twitter and YouTube, and it's kind of horrifying, you know, like you don't even realize you're doing it, right? And so, fuck. This year, I'm trying to at least dial down, if not kind of remove entirely those social media, I guess, binges from my life, because they're not at all productive. They may feel like they are, but they're just, it's a false economy type beat. And so I'm trying, you know, I'm really trying. It's hard, especially when, again, a lot of things have been chemically engineered to be as addictive as possible, you know? As tasty as possible, as entertaining as possible, as perfect and interesting and sexy and funny and everything as possible. It's very much like Bo Burnham's, what is that song? Can I interest you in everything all of the time? A little bit of everything all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Like, yeah, wow, that was kind of, anyway. That's literally so true. And yeah, that's why sometimes on this stream, I push against that, either purposefully or kind of just by chance. And I fucking love that song too. I love Bo Burnham in general. He's such an incredible thinker. I feel like, as hyped up as he is, he's also kind of slept on in a way, because he might end up being one of, you know, because there are many, one of the most influential thinkers of our generation / time. And I'm trying not to, you know, glaze too much, but just from his body of work, some of the things that he's said and done have been unlike anything else that I think the general population have seen. And so, you know, the fact that he's got all this money and talent, he could have really, in his kind of eyes, sold out. But he chose to make pieces of work that are so influential and almost like counterculture that you kind of just have to respect it, you know? Bo definitely knows what's up. I love his, all of his specials, but the most recent one, like Inside and then the Inside Outtakes, just so fucking talented. That motherfucker is talented, right? And so, yeah, it's like any Einsteins here, I wonder. I just feel like he's got his pulse. He's got his fingers, I should say, on the pulse of culture. And thankfully, he uses that mostly for good. I haven't seen him use it for evil, but yeah, it's like that kind of thing where he very much could. I guess Mr. Beast kind of has, in a sense. He's also done some good, but ultimately, some of his, yeah, the lengths that he will go to making a viral video, I think he doesn't have boundaries, in a sense. That's just the impression that I get, you know. And you know, I fucking donated to Team Trees, Team Seas, and all that. Like, I understand that he's also doing material good for the world, but there are some very shady practices kind of nested in there that I think are only just now starting to be talked about a bit more. There's been a little bit of public backlash. But yeah, what can you do? Attention is the world's most fucking hot commodity. And yeah, like even with this stream, you know, if I really didn't care about how the stream looked, then there wouldn't be these lights. There wouldn't be, I wouldn't be making such a concerted effort to increase the visual kind of quality and hopefully appeal. It's a game that we're all playing, even if we don't want to, and even if we know that we are, and even if everyone knows that they are. So yeah, it's like one of those things. Hopefully you just find a way to play clean and try not to play dirty, because I don't think that, I think, you know, it's like if you can sleep at night, that's fine. But if you can't, then you shouldn't. You shouldn't play that way. And what I mean by playing dirty is like, I don't know, the ways that people become famous online through less than ideal ways, either drama or scandals or being ridiculously hateful and, you know, racist, etc. That's not a way to be. You know, it just doesn't feel that nourishing to me. It's like there are ways to, I think, play a clean game and also benefit from it. It just takes a bit more work, you know, and maybe a dash of delusional, shall we say, willpower to keep going even when you don't see results, because you're seeing like more the vision than the actual current state of affairs. You're seeing ahead into the future. So that kind of forward thinking is necessary, because otherwise it's very easy to suddenly just feel despairing, because you're like, holy fuck, I've been streaming for like 2 years now and I have fucking 2 followers, you know? It's like, I saw this thing, I think it was a Ludwig video. He was talking about a streamer who streamed every single fucking day for a year to like 3 viewers. And all it took, well, yeah, all it took was a year. But eventually he got his break, and then now he's like one of the top streamers of the world. I can't remember his name. But it's like, you know, that guy, I'm sure, multiple times, if not hundreds of times throughout the year, felt utterly defeated, right? There are times where I have wildly successful streams and I still feel defeated because, oh, I feel like I wasn't that witty today, or I felt like I looked weird. It's like, you know, it's very easy to be critical of oneself, right? And I'm sure, especially if you're not seeing the kind of results that you might expect, it's even more easy to just be like, well, fuck, I guess I should just throw in the towel, right? But if you believe in a vision more than the actual current results, then it's, I guess, maybe one of the keys to persevering, because you're not working within, I guess, the 3D, shall we say. You're working in the 4D, and I think that's where most people find their commitment, their drive, and their success. And it takes a little tiny dash, just a sprinkle of delusion to kind of maintain that, because you have to believe that what you're doing is worth doing, right? That it's worth fighting for, that it's worth the sleepless nights, feeling like a total tool, you know, making jokes that don't land, rocking up to stream with like sweat stains under your arms, you know, something that happened to me a few streams back. It's like one of those things you just have to like push through, and if it matters enough, nothing will deter you, you know. And that doesn't just apply to streaming, of course. That applies to anything in life that you can think of. Anything that requires effort and perseverance, it benefits from that kind of, you know, that 4D chess, that 4D thinking. And for me, I wish I could say that I maintain that all the time, but unfortunately that is not true. My faith, shall we say, to use a kind of loaded word, wavers often. And That's another one of my own kind of self-perceived flaws. um I think my mood is quite mercurial often, you know? Um, and so it's kind of like that ability to hold a steady opinion of oneself is like, it's a skill like any other that can be developed and maintained and can deteriorate. You know, I felt in the past when I didn't like use a skill enough, whether it's a physical one, like riding a bike, or whether it's a kind of more emotional, mental, or social one, like if you don't use something, you're going to lose it. And I felt that way about public speaking type beat, or I felt that way about like socializing one-on-one or in groups. And it's why when I was in university, especially during the pandemic kind of lockdown era, I felt so like socially deteriorated. I felt like I had totally backslid, and that's why I was like functionally mute for a lot of that. And so yeah, and you guys, I see the conversation happening in the chat, by the way. I completely agree. Like, I've always found that it expends so much more energy to be hateful than it does to be nice, you know? Like, it kind of feels like you have to purposefully go out of your way to hate something or to put someone down. And what's the point of that, you know? And yeah, the same with honesty and dishonesty. It's like one of those interesting things where I think for a lot of the time, and this is going to get slightly spiritual, so bear with me. You guys know me, I'm not religious and I'm only a tad spiritual, but this is like the easiest way to describe it without kind of getting lost in a fucking 4-hour tangent. So here we go. I've heard that if you're kind of a secure individual, right? If you're kind of okay with who you are and how you look, and your chakras are aligned, to put it that way, if you just chill, right? I like to think of it as like energy moving like through you like a river, unburdened and unblocked, right? There's nothing kind of eating away at you, like any insecurities or any past bits of trauma that you just can't seem to shake or heal from. Everything is clear. In that case, I would like to believe that the default state of a human being is to be nice and to want to help and to want to be cooperative and, if not necessarily social, at least not antisocial. Does that make sense? I know that sounds like a weird way to word it, but it's a very clear distinction, because you don't have to be social, but like to be, and when I'm using antisocial in terms of like the kind of psychological term, as in to be like a sociopath, it's like, I think a default human thing to want to be good to one another, you know? And that's part of why the affirmations to me are so important as well. The affirmations that we do here once per stream, which are coming up, by the way, don't worry. Because, you know, it seems to me the most effortless thing in the world to be that kind of open, curious, playful individual, you know? But my theory is that sometimes people find it easier to be hateful and to troll because they are all kind of mixed up inside. And that's the only way they know how to make sense of themselves. They get some kind of pleasure from displeasing others. And that's kind of sad, you know? It's unfortunate. And a lot of the time the internet makes that more pronounced, especially when you add anonymity to the mix, right? Yeah, hurt people. That's exactly right. And in the first place, people shouldn't be hurt. I think that's a way more fucking concise way of saying exactly what I was trying to say. You guys, see, this is why I need you guys. You're always summarizing that kind of spaghetti mixture of my thoughts and presenting it nice and neatly. And so, yeah, it's like, it feels like to me, the majority of people on this earth, at their core, unburdened by pain, and all the kind of mixed up, fucked up things that happen as you go through life, are solidly good on the inside, you know? But sometimes that signal gets lost in translation, or it gets bashed with a hammer, or it gets kind of pushed and shoved around with the many life experiences that one goes through, right? And so it's kind of like, I don't know, it seems like to me, it's a nice practice to center oneself and get back to what I imagine is the default, just a general sympathy for other human beings, you know? And, you know, sympathy at the least, hopefully empathy at best, even though you can't be empathetic with everyone on earth, otherwise you'd be a total nervous wreck. But, you know, the people in your life that you have contact with and that you can affect change with, to have empathy for those people seems like a good thing, you know? And by the way, please don't misconstrue what I'm saying. That does not mean in any sense that I think if you don't have empathy or if you have less empathy than average, it makes you a bad person, right? Because especially when it comes to like neurodivergent people, sometimes their empathy processing is different. That doesn't mean bad necessarily. It just means different. I think there are many different ways to show that you care about someone. It doesn't have to be the regular ways to be counted as correct, you know? So, yeah, I have all the love in the world for my neurodivergent folks, you know, my fucking guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or anyone and everyone, the LGBTQ plus community. You guys know the drill around here. And so I just want to make that clear. I'm not trying to pass judgment on anyone who may have like any kind of condition or whatever. I'm just saying in general, and it seems pretty evident, almost in an axiomatic way, like that we are pro-social creatures, you know? And if not fully, then at least we have a kind of self-preserving instinct that allows us to recognize that we have better chances of survival together, you know? It's the same reason why, for the most part, there's not like a billion crashes on the road, like car crashes, because you know that if you crash your car into someone else's, you're also in that car crash. And so most people like stick within their lines and don't swerve around because they don't want to be in a car crash themselves. And also the added thing where they don't want someone else to get hurt. But it's like there's a hierarchy, right? And so I think it does a decent enough job of keeping people safe. Like that idea that like survival is more guaranteed with a community. But, you know, I think there are areas where you can like even push that further and just agree that, well, sometimes it's nice to be nice to people just for the sake of it, instead of like trying to get something out of it or trying to reach that kind of, trying to appease that survival instinct. Does that make sense? I don't know. But yeah, this like, I don't know. It's weird because for me, I really like people. Like I love people and I feel incredibly fascinated by them. Like you guys, you know? It's weird because I can be very, very introverted sometimes, even though I don't think I am. You guys mentioned ambivert once, and I think that's close. It's closer than introvert. But every test that I take online says that I'm an extrovert, which is fucking crazy because it's like, me? Really? Most socially anxious person I know. But I guess it's true in a way because when I'm with people that I like really, really like and that I'm close to and comfortable with, I am the most extroverted person that I know as well. So it's like, it's this interesting dilemma where I kind of have a tough to break exterior. But then once it's done, it's done. It's like the floodgates have opened. And so, yeah, I like understanding people, like how they work, their deepest, darkest desires, their fears and everything like that. And sometimes, you know, people might find that a bit strange and a bit much, so I have to control myself. But for the most part, my friends are used to it by now and they very kindly indulge me. And it's cool. You know, I have this deep sympathy for most people, I would say. And a kind of empathy with my friends that, like, if they describe something bad that's happened to them, it almost feels like it's happened to me, which is like, you know, I try not to upstage anyone if they're telling me the story of how their cat died and then I burst into tears. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take this moment away from you. But like that sense of like being connected to someone is nice, and that doesn't need to be felt for some kind of personal gain, you know? Or to make friends because, especially like in the entertainment world, because you're trying to make business connections. What about just a regular fucking connection? Like that seems like a nice place to start. And sometimes going to events and stuff, you can see when people are trying to talk to you because they want to network, or if they're just genuinely interested in you as a person, or if they're trying to like sleep with you. You know what I mean? Most people can tell, or at least I can tell. And so, you know, I never take it personally or anything, but it's just nice when you finally find someone that you're like, hang on, I feel like we're vibing right now. And it's just kind of wholesome and pure, and the other stuff can come later. And so, yeah, I don't know. I'm talking as if like I'm some massive fucking celebrity, but trust me, these are all events that literally anyone can go to. I even missed one recently because I wasn't feeling that well. But like these streamer events and stuff like that, which have fucking hundreds of people, you know, majority streamers, and then some people that just want to come along for the ride. They're often filled with people just trying to like get something from you, you know? Even if it's like just, I don't know, just some kind of social leverage, like they just want to be seen with you. And it's like, okay, that's cool. And in a way it's flattering, but I think it's flattering an unhealthy side of me, you know, like the ego side, instead of like the more wholesome kind of general camaraderie side. And so I think that stuff, at least for me, should only be indulged in moderation, because I don't want to start feeling too big for my britches or feeling disconnected from like what I actually love about this place in the first place. You know, I love getting to chat with you guys, to offer up my tangled spaghetti thoughts and have you guys sort them out all nice and neat, to just kind of relax and unwind, and also have a bit of a giggle every now and then. Like I don't want to feel like I'm being elevated, and of course it goes without saying, denigrated either, but that's not something I ever feel when I chat with you guys. Yeah, just chilling and chatting. That's exactly right. And so it's kind of like, I don't know, in person it's interesting. It's interesting to see how people treat you and talk to you and just interact once they meet you in real life, you know. It's been entirely pleasant so far, I would say, but I would also say entirely obvious, you know. I don't know what that means, to be honest, but to me it feels like you can tell. You can kind of tell. Like if someone's flirting or if someone's starstruck, and you guys, please, if you ever meet me in real life, do not be starstruck. I'm literally just the most average person ever. So I'm so average, I just froze in place. Let's see. Did that work? Ta-da! And so, yeah, internet personas be tripping sometimes is so real. And you can tell when other streamers think they're the top shit as well. Yeah, I put my pants on one leg at a time at everyone else. But that's just me, you know, that's just me. And so, yeah, I don't know, it's weird. I do a lot of thinking about socializing because I write so much, you know, and my characters are often more about philosophical and social concepts than actual characters and people. For some of our new friends, you may not really know, but I like to do a lot of poetry, of course, but also mostly like kind of short little snapshots of conversations and moments between my select few characters that I like to kind of torture sometimes. And what I'm doing when I torture those characters and put them into awkward, uncomfortable, or otherwise unpleasant situations, what I'm doing is exploring maybe, I don't know, a kind of psychological concept through the medium of like a play, you know, or like a scene, to be more specific. And because I do that, right, because I write, it means that I inadvertently, or maybe advertently, end up doing a lot of kind of science around socialing. That's my new term for it. Socializing. And when it happens in real life, it's interesting. It almost feels like it's mirroring what I see, or maybe the opposite. It's like, it just feels familiar because it's been well-trodden territory. I'm grateful that I don't see the same thing in real life a lot because my characters are often very toxic to one another. But even like the opposite of toxic is recognizable because you have that frame of reference, you know? And so it's kind of interesting to spend so much time in like one's own head about character dynamics, power dynamics and stuff, and then see that unfold in real life to varying degrees. It's very strange and weird and cool, and I think I would be worse off if I didn't spend that time writing, because I'd be on shakier footing, if that makes sense. And I don't know what that means for you guys, but if I can encourage you guys to do anything art related, not just writing, it could be anything, then that's a win for me, because I think it can really be genuinely helpful, whether it's in your social life or your work life or your romantic life. And so, yeah. As for who's on my shirt, I actually don't know. If anyone can figure out who it is, please message me, because I've been curious and I'm not sure. I was thinking a celebrity, but maybe it is just somewhere random. But yeah, it's interesting, right? It's Ricky Gervais. I fucking love Ricky Gervais. Oh, and by the way, guys, I left this at my parents' place, but you know how a while back I was talking about one of my favorite comedians, Jimmy Carr, and I was saying how I had his books that I'd had autographed. Well, guess what? I found them. And I thought they'd been lost forever because since I moved, a lot of my things I've just misplaced or put somewhere thinking, oh yeah, I'll know where that is in like 10 months time, and then just completely forgotten about. But when I went back to my parents, I think it was yesterday, just hanging out and stuff, and then like helping them clean a little bit, and noticed, my Jimmy Carr books. And so now I can finally show you. Maybe next stream I'll bring them, and I can prove to you guys that I have his signature on like 2 of his books. And yeah, I can maybe share a little bit about the time where I actually like stood in line to do a meet and greet with him, and it was lots of fun. I'm pretty sure, yeah, he said something inappropriate, because of course he did. Ultimately, it was a very, very cool experience, and I'm glad that now I have proof, because the thing that I find the most like scary as a streamer or as like an online person is telling a story and not having any proof, because I just feel like, how are people going to believe me? You know what I mean? One thing I really want to make clear is that like I mean what I say, and often the easiest way to prove that is with evidence, you know? And so next stream I'll bring them to you guys. But it was just like this really funny thing, because I've been talking about it recently, and it just kind of materialized. And so I was like, oh, there we go. But yeah, Jimmy Carr, he's very much up there. I also like Ricky Gervais a lot. He's kind of the same flavor, kind of, as Jimmy Carr. Maybe a little, like a touch more abrasive. Still, that's not a deterrent for me. But I think I really like Jimmy Carr's like rapid fire one-liners. It's very like fucking ADHD friendly, you know what I mean? But yeah, he's kind of getting repetitive. I've actually heard that, to be honest, with Ricky Gervais's specials. Like, there was, I can't remember if I watched his most recent one, but there were talks about him kind of treading through the same topics in all of his specials. As for that, I can't say. Like, I feel like that's something a lot of comedians have been suffering from recently, and especially some of the kind of more old school comedians who are turning to like the more political angle. They're like, oh, you can't say anything nowadays, and it's like, bro, just say shit. You know, just say whatever you want to say and face the repercussions like a man. Anyway, yeah, it's interesting. Cody says anybody who's been here for a hot minute would be believing with no proof needed, but it's also appreciated if it exists. That's nice of you to say. And so yeah, it's like, you know, it's one of those things where every time I have the ability to like show you guys a corroborating, there we go, little piece of evidence, and it makes me happy, because it's like, oh, you know, I can actually show you guys something. Yeah, like man, kind of reminds me of my new favorite comedian, or one of, Philomena Kunk, which, by the way, what a name is that? She's like, she takes the dry kind of British humor to the next level, and yeah, just so funny and out of pocket, but done in such a way where it's not punching down at all. It's like the perfect combination, because sometimes, you know, dry humor can be a little bit caustic. What I mean by that is like kind of at the expense of others. But I think a lot of her jokes are at the expense of concepts even, you know what I mean? Or they're in such good faith or in such good humor that it's hard to be offended, you know what I mean? Because the reason why I say that is because, like, I was watching one of her episodes, right? And she was talking about philosophy, like we talk about a lot here. And she said something like, you might be thinking about philosophy, which is basically thinking about thinking. And if you're thinking that this sounds like a waste of time, it's because it is. And it's like, it's hard to be mad at something like that, right? It's just so lighthearted and playful. It just feels kind of refreshing in a way, because a lot of the time comedy can be kind of very pointed and a little bit personal. But to have something that's very silly and kind of, in some ways, when she's talking to the actual experts, childlike, it can really take the sting out of some of her comments. And I think that's what makes that combination work so well. And yeah, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you seriously have to check out at least an episode. I think we watched a clip in our last stream. Philomena Kunk. You may know the face but not the name, and I wouldn't blame you. This lady. And here, this might be helpful. Here's one that I actually sent my brother, if I can find it. I like Miss Kunk too. She's amazing. Honestly, she is one of my new favorites. I can't remember exactly what it was. This is the actual school he probably went to. School in Shakespeare's day and age was vastly different to our own. In fact, it was easier because he didn't have to study Shakespeare. See, there we go. It's like a writing-based joke that's, like, not at the expense of anyone. Except maybe Shakespeare. Oh, here it is. Philosophy is basically thinking about thinking, which sounds like a waste of time because it is. Although a philosopher might argue that time that they wasted never existed in the first place. Oh gosh, it's funny. But yeah, she's really great. Euphemism, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for helping us with our little technical issues. And I hope you have a wonderful sleep, restful, restorative, all that good stuff. Anyway. And Soul Nursery, as for your question, would you be okay with reacting to a long form video? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. I feel like if we're going to do long form stuff though, we should have a dedicated stream/time for it. Because it's nice to have a bit of prep and planning beforehand so other people can also recommend stuff. And so it doesn't take away if we're like right in the middle of a conversation about something. Maybe we can organize something like that for next week, because the next few streams would be busy with other stuff, but it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. And like, there have been multiple times where I've indulged myself way too much and like watched a very long, almost unnecessarily long video on like some of my faves, like Germa, ItalianBach's. Have we watched Good Mythical Morning? I don't know about the actual show, but funnily enough, I think we've watched the YouTube poops. And so, yeah, it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. And see Lockett stuff as well. So feel free to leave a link in the server. I can't remember exactly what channel it is, but it's something that I can reference later and decide, oh, today we're going to be doing some reaction stuff, you know? And yes, we definitely need to show my friends See Lockett's videos. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. And it's kind of hard to kind of think about the fact that we have so much lore here and so many funny stories and jokes. And to someone who hasn't really been around, you know, like an outsider, how do you even start? Like, how do you catch them up on this incredible little journey, right? It seems kind of crazy. And yeah, I'm hoping you guys will be able to to aid me in that, because it's going to be interesting. Like, oh, so you did what now with Squidward costume? And again, for some of our new friends, would you believe me if I told you that this was me? Dun 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 dun. It's still loading. Give me a sec. This or this. That is me, by the way. Like, that is myself covered in latex a bald cap, and lots of paint. Yeah. One review. Sealock, it says, this postcard is sure to steal your heart. Not only is it humorous enough to lift your spirits, but it's also perfect in every sense of the word. It's been perfectly laminated, and you can tell they spent a lot of time trying to ensure it's of the highest quality possible. An A5 postcard worth a whopping 500 stars. Yeah, I went full Squidward, guys. Never go full Squidward. You don't know if you can come back. Certainly there was a time in that process where I felt like I lost myself in the Squidward. Or this one. That is also me. In my old bedroom, my beautiful old bedroom that now looks like a fucking printing press. It's my mom's new office. Like, we've done some crazy shit. Wait, we don't have a Shrek one. I've been telling my mom we need a Shrek one because we also did the Shrek cosplay. Yeah, I'm glad I made it back to myself. You guys are so right because I was lost. Girl, you know you're lost. Lost in the heat of it all. And so, yeah. I tend to go a little bit crazy during those streams, and I think it's partially the fumes of the latex, the liquid latex, but also partially the, the transformative powers that a costume can have on oneself. It really just, I don't know, it brings out a side of me, guys. Anyway, don't worry, we'll of course do our little plug like we normally do after our affirmations. And speaking of, I'll probably take a little break soon. I haven't even had a drink yet. Oh my god, guys, cheers. And we'll do a little special, little something. And yeah, it's like, it's one of the things that I'm feeling increasingly proud of every single day, this website, and the kind of, yeah, the community that we got going. So let me close these. And Soul Nursery, that is perfect. Thank you very much. Musical is perfect. If it's, yeah, in the Cherry University section, that's right. Unless it's your own work. Goodness me. I think, oh, a doodle bob. That's actually perfect. Paint. What would you like me to draw? Because I was about to say, maybe after a short break, we will do our affirmations and stuff. But I think a doodle bob is just the right amount of time. So let's come here. And we'll get to, where is it? The notepad a little bit later. There we go. Oh. Sir, thank you so much. Should I call you Sir Sean? I appreciate that. And draw me being happy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, this also has some very magical properties of manifestation. So whatever I draw, it must come true. Is there anything that you'd like me to add to your character to make it more you? As in articles of clothing, little trinkets or knickknacks or details, because I want to make this as personal as possible and make you as happy as possible, because it's got to come true, right? How I imagine you. Okay, let's see. Now, I want you guys to realize, by the way, I've said this a few times, but I actually have mild to moderate aphantasia, which is like when you can't imagine things in your mind, like in your mind's eye. It can strengthen through like meditation and stuff when I concentrate really, really hard. But in general, if someone asks me to like picture an apple in my mind, it's a very fuzzy, most of the time black and white image that is very hard to hold on to. So usually I don't really imagine people per se, but I kind of get these more kind of like psychological perceptions of them, if that makes sense. It sounds totally crazy, but it's more like an emotional connection than a visual one. Still, let me try my best. I want to give you a tie. I don't know why. It's not even because you're particularly serious. I I think there's a fanciness there that I want to capture. And a little bit of blush. What color are your eyes, Estido? Girl, you know you're lost, lost in the heat of it all. There we go. Shall we make you T-posing? Almost black, that's beautiful. My auntie is similar. She has these incredibly deep brown eyes to the point where you can't really tell the difference between the pupil and the actual iris. And I've always thought they were so beautiful. Like, honestly, a lot of brown eyes get slept on because people say, oh, I want green eyes, oh, I want blue eyes. And it's like, there are some majestic brown eyes in the world and they always get slept on. But I'm here to change that. So let's see, I need help with the straight lines here. Can I make, yeah, T-pose. Oops, I need that to be thinner. Yes. Now, by the way, guys, please bear in mind that I put all my skill points into rambling and a little into writing and none at all into drawing. So please have mercy, okay? Lord have mercy. I'm trying my best. Huge pants, yeah. It's got that BDE, if you know what I mean. So I'm trying to go for that kind of the trendy, like Gen Z baggy pants. Though I don't think you're Gen Z, Estido, but I just want to dress you up like that. Rosy cheeks kind of guy, yeah. So here. And what kind of hair? Is it curly? I feel like I may have asked you that before. Millennial, so you're a skinny jeans kind of guy. So this is a modernized kind of version. If you'll accept it. Your hair reaches your lips about there. Is it curly? For some reason I just had that in my brain. I need to draw a hand. Guys, please look away. Look away. Look away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go Simpsons. Simpsons mode. 4 fingers. All right, wavy. Do you have a fringe? Damn, you're hot. Oh my god. Baby, do you like this beat? I made it so you dance with me. Actually, I should say, baby, do you like this doodle bob? I drew it so you dance with me. 199 degrees when you're drawing it with me, drawing it with me. HOTTOGO, you can draw me hot to go. HOTTOGO, you can take me hot to go. Sorry. I forgot. I was gonna add something. Oh, the eyes. So you said almost black. I could just color them in black, but maybe let's try and be as accurate as possible. Very, 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 very dark brown. Here. I'll draw you like one of those French girls. Oh, yes. Okay. Guys, how's this? Did this work? Now, you might think that that's black, but in fact, if you zoom in, you will see it's actually brown. Aww. That's so cute. HOTTOGO. It actually kind of looks like you're doing the dance, the hot to go dance. You can draw me hot to go. Sorry, I'm trying to pick an accent here. Yeah, that's that's really starting to come together, don't you think? Let's see. What else should I add? Eyebrows? Why is it so cute? Pretty fucking cute, right? Now, like I said, Estito, my drawing powers may not be impressive. They may not even be decent, but they have the added bonus of giving you, well, exactly what you asked for. The manifestation of you being happy. And so, with the powers vested in me, I now pronounce you happier than ever. Let's see. What should I say? Maybe you can add something into the speech bubble, Estito. It's up to you. I was going to write something about hot to go, but going to behave myself. Ooh, yeah, the fit. The fit's going hard. Damn, those baggy jeans, though. Those baggy jeans be popping off. Wait, not literally, but you know. Okay, so anyway, you can draw me hot to go. With a little winky face. Baby, do you like this beat? I made it so you'd sleep with me. Okay. What am I looking at? Yeah, like a pizza, hot and ready. Exactly. This is probably my best drawing yet. And yeah, biblically accurate, I would say. I hope you like it. You're pleased? I'm so glad. Honestly, with these doodle bobs, I'm always worried because I'm not really, you know, I'm not anything special. Definitely a total babe. Look at that. HOTTOGO. You can take me hard to go. I guess with that, you know, wonderful drawing, we're about to start ads actually. Oh fuck, we're in ads. I'm so sorry guys if any of you missed some of that. We're about to do our affirmations, but before we do our affirmations, I'm going to take a quick little break. I will be right back in like a minute or two, so don't go anywhere, or do. Stretch, relax, take a pee break, and we'll continue our shenanigans very, very soon. So hopefully we only miss a minute or so. I was about to say an hour, but that's not at all what I want. So enjoy this funky music, and I will be right back, my friends. Ding! Alrighty, and we're back. I'm sorry to drag you away from that funky music. I lug it. I lug it too, guys. I absolutely lug it. And I also love it. It's actually from Super Mario Sunshine, one of my favorite games from my childhood. And I used to think it was copyright free, but then I kept getting muted on my VODs. So now it is what it is. What can I say? You guys enjoy it live, but when other people join or when they watch back the VODs, they're like, what music? It's just blank. And so, anyway, welcome back, everyone. And I hope you're ready for part 2 of our shenanigans. That first and foremost, the most important shenanigan of them all, I need to get up my notepad for this. We have a couple of new friends here, which is always nice to introduce them to our, I want to say daily, but it's streamly, every stream, practice, which is our affirmations, the recitation of our affirmations, and the absolute joy that it brings me to get to do this, with and for and to you guys. So we're going to switch over from our little drawing here and check out my little notepad. Pretty snazzy. Those few lines up here and words are a little tradition that we have, and they're from the lovely Amy Walker. Video you can check out here. Affirmations. Yeah. Put that on the fridge. Yeah, all the doodle bobs I feel like should be on the fridge. There's like a lot at this point. They're all very unique and certainly something, I'll say. And so thank you, Cody, as well. So the kind of just plain text is there in the chat for you guys to copy and paste and do what you will with them if you also find them helpful. And so this started as something to mostly keep me from being too nervous to speak on stream when I first started, but also a way to, hopefully ensure that everyone listening gets to hear these at least once per day. Because I realized very early on how helpful they were, and that not everyone actually gets to hear, you are loved every day, which is freaking crazy to me and something that I'm doing my best to to change, essentially. I want to make sure that as many people hear it as possible. So it's kind of like the multi-purpose tool that is Amy Walker's affirmations. It helps me, it hopefully helps you, and it brings me a lot of pleasure to be able to be the kind of, the middleman, I guess, in this case. So for anyone who needs to hear it, and even the people that don't, it's my pleasure to tell you, yes, you are. You are ready. You are equipped. You are connected. You are unique. You are gorgeous. You are loved, and my personal favorite, you, yes, you are alive. And so thank you so much for joining me here in this stream for today, for kind of kicking it with me, for listening to me sing Hot to Go, and in general, actually more importantly, thank you for being on this earth in general. It's kind of a task sometimes. I know firsthand. I say that it's not always easy, but it is always important. And I do believe that we can make life good for one another. So please stick around, not just on this stream, but on this earth. So, thank you to Amy Walker for that. And I hope you guys feel, ready to tackle the time zone, whether it's nighttime, morning time, or in between. You guys have got this. So please just take that confidence and run with it. And so, yeah. And so as for the schedule, actually, 8 p.m. till late every second day. It's been working all right so far, actually. It's actually given me something solid to hold on to, as opposed to not knowing when I'd be streaming. And having the day free is really helpful when I go to my parents' place, when I visit my grandma, or just generally if I need to go shopping or whatever. So for now, it's going to stay that way. I'll try and give as much warning in the server as I can as to when I'm streaming, because I know you guys, have been kind of jostled and tousled and turned for my streaming schedule. So yeah. As for any new poetry, there's been a couple of new poems actually. They just haven't been posted. I've been trying to collect back all my bookmarks, and so I was talking to my mum about the like 3 or 4 separate websites that I need to use in order to post onto my actual website, because it's like there's like the back end and all that. But anyway, eventually, my friend, maybe I'll check my phone and see if there's anything usable that I can just read out to you guys. So anyway, yeah, personal goals still TBA, and all the rest is just like poems and little things that we've written together. Let's see. What else was I going to say? I like the schedule. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I like it too. Even though it's kind of just solidifying my night owl tendencies, because when I finish these streams, it's usually midnight at the very least. And so it's kind of like, if I have any chance of having a normal sleep schedule, it's totally out the window, but it's okay. For right now, it seems to be suiting me just fine. And because this is basically my job, you know, I don't have to wake up early or anything like that. I don't have to show up on time to an angry boss if I'm like a few minutes late. It's okay. And if I can get used to this kind of late schedule, then it should be fine. It's really just like the switching over from like early scheduling to late scheduling that ends up being hard to manage. But I am just vampire coded, it's true. Mr. Redcastle, welcome in. I saw you came in a bit earlier. But yeah, it's like, you know, I usually, after winding down from stream, it takes me about like an hour or two to just like actually calm TF down. And so yeah, I end up going to bed in the AM, like the late AM. Is that how you say that? So what can I say? I like your streams. It's best for waking up to in the US. That's nice. I like that ability to reach multiple different time zones. And the fun thing about streaming at different time slots was actually getting to see the different demographics. But I understand it can be frustrating if you're used to a select time slot and then it just gets changed. So this is going to be, for the foreseeable future, when and where we stream. So, and this kind of quality too. Can you believe we used to stream like this? It's actually, what do you guys think? You guys prefer the low quality? Yeah. It's like that's crazy. What the hell? But yeah, interesting, right? Either one is great. It's nice of you to say. I'm gonna scooch in a bit more so the light's a bit more even. But yeah, we're really just making some leaps and strides here. Yeah, I wish I could raid Jen. There are a few people that I can't raid now that I'm streaming in the evenings. That includes Jen, that includes Luna, and some of my, you know, my old streamer friends. But still, there's going to be like surprise streams and other stuff at different time slots. I'm hoping that will fill that, you know, will scratch that itch. Jen is definitely someone I want to raid more often because she's just cool, a cool cat. Your favorite streamer's favorite streamer type beat. And so anyway, because we usually do our affirmations followed by the, you know, the 1-2 punch of actually me plugging my store, we'll just do that now, even though we kind of talked about it a little bit before. You know how I just opened some merch from a favorite YouTuber of mine? Well, I also have merch of my own, and it ranges in both price and type. And I think it's pretty cool. It doubles, a lot of these things double as art pieces, and also the thing that they're meant to be, like the functional thing, like a postcard or a poster. Recently, we added some new posters, Pretty in Blue, Pink Vibes, More Money Now, and Side Glitch. And we also, just as of today, added something very, very cool, which is this little thing here. More Pathics in more colors and a different kind of like face setup. Please load. Please load, computer. Please load. Here, let me zoom in a little bit. Because these are a little bit smaller as well, the price is a tiny bit cheaper, just a tiny bit. Because bear in mind, yeah, we make it. Like my auntie actually sews these. She crochets them by hand, painstakingly. And so she also took this photo here, which isn't it so cute? So you can see here we've got the grey one with kind of purple undies, the purple one with light purple undies, the light purple one with dark purple undies, the kind of maroon or rose one with grey undies, and the red one with yellow undies. I think that's the one that Cody has been eyeing for a while. Very cute, right? Our little Pat Thick, who's this guy dancing in the corner. That's just the back of him. He's caked up like there's no tomorrow. So these, as it currently stands, are 1 of 1 if you're going by color, you know, because technically they're 5 of 5. But if you're wanting the red one, it's one of, like, there's only one red one. There's only one rose one, then lavender, dark purple, etc. We can make them to order, but if you want it to be delivered basically as soon as possible, then these are all we have in stock. And so basically here you just choose a color and add it to your cart, and that's done, like a magic trick. Hey presto. And we ship all around the world. In case you're wondering, oh, I want one, but I bet Emmy doesn't ship there. Yes, we do. And we always include lots of little free fun things, like especially if we're like experimenting in the lab, as we call it, things that didn't turn out quite perfect but are still usable. We like to send those for free because it's like a thank you for your support, and also like, what are we going to do with a bunch of these prototypes? So it seems like a win-win to just send off some cool free swag. We do that a lot with the magnets as well, just because we have a fuck ton of them. So like these magnets up here, the calendar one and the little poetry or else one, we always send one of each with every single order. Even if you just get like a single fridge magnet, you'll get 2, or actually you'll get 3. So it's kind of a thank you from myself and my mom and my auntie to you guys, because, you know, you've done so much for this channel and this website that it's literally the least we could do. I think with some people, like, I'm sure C-Lock, it's fine with me saying this, C-Lock, it has had in the past some really big orders, like basically one of everything, right? And because of that, we like to make sure that you guys basically get some good value out of it. A bunch of free stuff, some personalized stuff, and even some stuff that isn't like on the website, but it's like an up and coming thing. So we want to do right by you all. And who knows, yeah, maybe some bobbleheads in the future. My mum, she's actually crazy. She recently just bought a 3D scanner for her 3D printer. So who knows, maybe there'll be a 3D scan of Pat Thick or something available in the future. For now, it's just a pipe dream, but we'll see. And we've also got apparel, of course, and the little other toys there. And the postcards that are functional as postcards, like you could literally send them off. They're like, you know, postcard compliant. Yeah, brighter days ahead is right. My favorite though has to be the merch, as in the apparel merch, because it's so comfy. And you know, that there is my handwriting that says Emmy. And this one here, it's not always like this, is a little inside joke from our stream. When I'm like going off on a tangent or saying something sus or doing something sus and someone new joins, usually I say it's not always like this, but really it is. It is always like this. So yeah, this is just a little overview of what you can expect. There's also stickers, which is really cool. Though I will say, I understand that some of these prices can be a little bit of a premium. Well, the apparel is actually kind of competitive, but you know, all of this I understand are basically wants and not needs. However, hopefully the love and the care and attention that goes into it is really like it shows in the actual products, and that you feel like it's worth the actual slight premium price. However, if you still are on the fence, that's totally fine, because all my work here is just available to look at anyway. And like I was saying, if you just want the poster without having to pay for it, I mean, fuck, you could just print out one of these if you wanted to. It's not lost to me that that is a possibility. And also, like, you know, I've done it in the past where I've dubiously acquired like games, for example, and then gone on to buy them at a later date where I could actually afford them after having thoroughly enjoyed it for many, many years. And so that's all available for free. Like, these are not all my poems because I haven't published all my poems, but the published ones are all here, and the ones that I feel like are basically good enough to be online. So it's always completely free, and it will always be that way if I have anything to say about it, because it makes me happy to think, like it's there. And if anyone is just like bored on the train, or like they have a spare 5 minutes and they don't want to be stuck just scrolling Twitter or whatever, this is here to just look at and hopefully enjoy. And yes, premium price for premium merch. I'd like to believe that's how people feel, because it's certainly how I feel. And we make everything at my mum's place. Like, there's no factories, there's no fucking sweatshops in a third world country. We just, we make the products by hand. We've got all the printers, even printers that go on clothes and stuff like that. And so like the apparel, we do that too. And the one thing that I always say as a caveat is the mug, the ceramic mug. We don't know how to print on ceramic, and so that's something that we do outsource. But I was glad because C-Lock had actually purchased one of the mugs almost as like an experiment, and he told me that it was actually basically perfect, which I was very relieved about. I was 100% ready to like offer a refund or send another one if possible, if it turned out to be like cracked or if the print wasn't good. But it was good to know that it was like basically exactly what you see there. And so yeah, the only sweatshop is when we have a heat wave here. That's exactly right. Literally everything that you see here is made by us, and that makes me happy. Like the posters are my brainchildren, I should say. And some of the other postcards and stuff have actually been my mum's work, which you guys ended up liking, right? Like the Squidward one, the Cat in the Hat one, and also this one, the Poetry or Else pattern one. Oh, and this one too, the disposable watermelon one. You guys really liked, and I was like, damn. I didn't even tell you it was my mum's, but you just picked those ones out, and you're like, oh, we like those the most. I was like, huh, it's good to know. She was actually, before she retired, a graphic designer, so it makes sense. And so yeah, maybe I should tell her to 3D print another 3D printer. That's all I have to say. I don't want to like belabor the point too much, because I just wanted to point it out. If anyone is curious, you're able to peruse at your own leisure and pleasure. And oh, there we go. I think C Locket left a review actually. This mug is absolutely beautiful. It's plenty wide and comfortable enough to hold, very smooth and clean. The colors are gorgeous and the art is one of a kind. It's truly a unique piece of art and worth every second and dollar. Not fractured or smeared, well printed. Cool. I was really like nervous about that one, because to not have like quality control abilities is a bit scary. That's why I kind of said to C Locket, like, look, if it turns out in any way less than perfect, we will absolutely refund you, because it's a bit like, the one thing that we were unsure about. So yeah, I'm glad that it ended up being actually good. Anyway, that's all done now, so don't worry yet. You don't have to like listen to me gush about my merch store any longer. Actually, fuck yeah, I have some, my posters are down there. I can show you guys what they look like in person before we wrap up fully. And you can see this shirt again. Ta-da! The back is just plain, but let me grab them. Okay. These are just a couple, and they were actually like kind of half folded, so we can see how well they did under duress, because these have been laminated. I'm trying to fucking like scooch forward, but this chair is so heavy. All right, let's move in. So the posters that you just saw, this is what they look like in person. They're laminated. They're kind of vinyl sized. I think that was the phrase that Cody used, and I was like, that's perfect. Some of them have writing on the back. So this one says, thank you so much for your support. Have a good feeling day, ... or else. And that's me there in my red light room, basically. And yeah, some of them have poems on them. This one, you can see, is kind of a bit folded. And so in the future, this was one of the prototypes that we did. We're learning new ways to make sure that it stays flat while it dries. And so this one is not one that I would send out, even though it does have writing on the back. I would print a new one, because I don't feel like this is appropriate to send out if someone spent, their hard-earned money on it. But it's one that I would maybe send for free. You know what I mean? My angel poem, and that's also me there. But if you don't want my face on your wall, which is very fair, there's this one here, which says, "You are a likable person," right? And so a couple of different styles to choose from, and there's many more on the website too, but that's an example of what they kind of look like. And I like to believe that the color schemes go nicely together as well if you're putting them on your wall, or, you know, kind of storing them or presenting them in the way you would with vinyls too. So anyway, it's my little plug fully over for real this time. Yeah. Maroon Rose, welcome in. You're baking a cake. What kind of cake? Tell us all about it. And thank you so much, dude, for your kind words. Sometimes it's hard because I'm not naturally a salesperson, right? But when it comes to something that I am actually like genuinely passionate about, it's like it takes the sting out of it because I can just talk about the actual experience of it all, right? And so, yeah, it's been a nice, interesting time to like learn how to do all these different things, like, oh, how to like transfer an idea from your brain onto the page, like onto the like computer, onto the page. It's like a very trippy but fun experience. And so, yeah, you could have my face on your wall if you wanted to as well, Cody. It's a nice thing to say. Thank you. But yeah, that's done. So let's see, what else did I want to talk about? Oh yeah, the car insurance thing. Oh my God. You guys know that I've been going through this car insurance thing for a while, where I had a little fender bender accident. And I've been like kind of jerked around by my car insurance for a while now, but I had to take it in today. And welcome in, Air Knight. Buongiorno. Wow, I can never really roll my R that well, but there we go. They said that, oh my God, I told them that they'd already done the quote before, so I wasn't sure why I had to come back again today and do the quote, right? And then they were like, oh yeah, I'm really sorry. It says it's right here. I guess I'll just send it through again to the insurance like agency and hope that they accept it this time. And I was like, yeah, please do that. And so that's basically all. And they said, oh, okay, cool. When do you want to come back and fix it? And I didn't want to tell them that I'm thinking now about getting a cash settlement. So I was like, oh, I'll call you. Oh, I'll just call you, you know? And so, yeah, we'll see. In the next few days, I might have to ring them up and be like, oh, did they accept the quote? Because I don't know why it has to be this complicated, you know? Yeah, other than that, it was pretty painless. But I don't know if I'm ever going to get this resolved because it's been so long now. And every time I go there, something like happens. Like something gets miscommunicated, or yeah, there's some level of obfuscation and a new step that I have to do to actually make it legitimate, as in the actual collection of the quote. So yeah, not very exciting update, but I'll let you guys know if they do accept it, because I've been waiting for a while now, and they were very apologetic about the fact that the first quote didn't go through. They said, oh, maybe because like we were on holiday, they checked it and it didn't really, they didn't see anything. So it's like, okay, cool. Send it again, please. And yeah, I think /hope it's now gone through. So I should be getting a call sometime soon with them saying that they have accepted it. And who knows? I don't know how much it actually costs to repair. My dad was saying, and he was like an ex-mechanic, that it may be like up to $2,000. So that again takes the sting out of it, you know. Maroon Rose, thank you for the hydrate. You're making a matcha vanilla butter mochi cake. Oh my God. Please save me a slice. I'm coming right over. But yeah, so that's just a little update for the car thing. And like I was saying before, an update with my health. I'm going to get the results on Tuesday. So there's a lot of like in-between waiting periods where it's like, damn, you're kind of just trying not to catastrophize or think the worst. And mostly just excited to know what the hell's going on. Like when it comes to my health, I was telling you guys last stream that I did like a complete blood count, as well as like a vitamin D check, vitamin B12, and all that good stuff. So hopefully, in amongst all that testing, there'll be some clue as to what's been going on with my health. A lot of people, when they join the stream for the first time, especially for not wearing makeup, they assume that I'm in some way like sick or anemic. Even in person, there have been times where people have thought that I was anemic, and I was like, maybe. And although I do agree that it's kind of rude to speculate on someone's health, especially right in front of them, I can understand. Like, I just sometimes have that look and that demeanor, the kind of sick Victorian child demeanor, but, and definitely the coloring. So it's kind of like, yeah, I can't really be too mad about it. But even, to be honest, even when I'm not anemic, like when I have as much iron as the next person, I have still that level of fatigue and kind of, I don't know, sluggishness, if that's the right word. Certainly it has gotten worse after getting COVID quite a few times. But even before that, it would kind of come and go. So it wasn't entirely because of, you know, of getting sick like multiple times. So maybe it is possible that, like I was saying, there's a genetic component. And I've just had a false negative test like multiple times, which is freaking crazy, right? But yeah, it's fucking scary to think about, because holy shit, imagine going your whole life thinking, oh, actually I tested for this thing, in this case it's thalassemia, and so I don't have it, but then discovering that the test is kind of unreliable unless you do a proper genetic testing for it. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. We'll see. I'll keep you guys updated on that too. But again, it's to be a little bit frustrating to be in that like in between waiting period. It does always come first, dude. I totally agree. And I hope it comes out all right too. That goes for you guys as well. If you're putting something off, if you're procrastinating going to the doctor, please for me, make that call, book that appointment, do the difficult thing. You know, there's that saying, eat the frog first, which means like as soon as you wake up in the day, take your most arduous, annoying, complicated, or otherwise disgusting task and get it out of the way so it's not weighing on your soul like a terrible burden, because you will feel so much better after it. And, you know, in my family, we've had a few extremely lucky brushes with serious health things. Like my mum, she once went in to like for a regular doctor's checkup, just for a regular physical. And then she found out that she had kind of potentially cancerous cells on her liver, I believe. And it was found completely by chance. And it turns out it was actually cancerous, but it was found and caught and removed before it could even do any type of damage whatsoever. And it's been a long time since then, and she's still absolutely cancer-free. But that was literally just by pure luck. And we've had a few different moments like that in my family where we've been just ridiculously fortunate. Like the thing with my dad, he had a heart attack, and it wasn't so fortunate as it was kind of good after the fact, if that makes sense, because he'd been a smoker for like basically his entire adult life, and he's like mid-60s now, right? And so he had tried fucking everything to stop smoking before his heart attack. He'd tried patches, he'd tried that thing you shove up your gums, he'd tried hypnotherapy because he was that desperate to stop, but nothing ever stuck, right? Even with the knowledge that it was actively destroying his health. At one point in his life though, and this was a few years back now, he had a heart attack that he didn't realize was a heart attack at first. He was said to everyone, like we were just hanging around at my parents' place, he was like, I'm not feeling so well, guys. I'm going to go lie down in my room. And my mum knew for some reason that something wasn't right, because that's not really like him, you know. He's generally, despite his habits, he's generally quite healthy man. And so she checked on him, she kind of talked to him, and then there was some kind of fucking intuition there, I think, where she was like, we need to go to the hospital. And it turned out he was literally having a current heart attack. And I do think if she hadn't checked up on him, he might have just fucking, you know, he might not have made it out of that room, to be kind of crude. And so it was after that incident, his doctor was like telling him, like, you can't smoke anymore, otherwise you will have a heart attack again and you will most likely die. Like, there's a high percentage that of a chance that you won't be able to be helped. And so since that moment, he's never touched a single cigarette. And that makes me feel very happy. There was a moment actually where it looked like he might get back into the habit. And that's why I actually have a packet of cigarettes up here. It's somewhere in one of my drawers. I think he'd either had this left over or he just bought one out of habit. But I saw it on the counter and I was like, I know there's a level of muscle memory here, and if he sees this on the counter, old habits are just going to kick in. So what I did was I just yanked the whole thing, and I don't know if he knows that it was me or anything. I don't know if he realizes where it went, but yeah, I have that now as a little memento of the last packet of cigarettes that he ever fucking touched, and I hope he never touches them ever again, because yeah, it's just, it really do be like that sometimes. And so, yeah, that was kind of lucky in the aftermath of the thing. And yeah, you know, I'm just trying to also get ahead of some of these health related things because, you know, it's no fun being sick. It's no fun being ill, especially if it's chronic. And I'm sure increasingly people are starting to feel that way, whether it's due to lifestyle changes, material changes, or a lot of people have been dealing with, like, you know, post-COVID perpetual illness, like long COVID as it's called colloquially. And yeah, it's kind of rising in awareness, that chronic fatigue and that what it means to be kind of, you know, debilitated in a sense without knowing why. It can be very frustrating. And so, yeah, I'm feeling, I don't know about optimistic. I don't know if that's the right word, but I'm feeling like I'm knowing, you know, I'm on the path to knowing at least, and that's worth everything to me. So yeah, heart attacks are nature's way of telling you to slow down. It's absolutely true. My dad was also working fuller than full time back in those days. He had his own business that he was running, and he was there 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, you know, 25/8. And so since then, like since he had that heart attack, he also sold that business and retired, and it allowed both my parents to pay off their entire mortgage and just retire. And yeah, you know, it ended up being kind of crazily enough a pretty good thing to happen, all things considered. And so now he has enough time to do what he likes without any financial stress, and he can visit his mum, who's not well now currently. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's a weird thing how those like moments in our lives tend to, I don't know, kind of become like a before and after moment. It very much is, I think, for him, before the heart attack and after the heart attack. Two very different lives, lifestyles, and even kind of, in a way, personalities. I feel like my dad, go figure, is a lot more relaxed nowadays, both in like physical activity, like what he's been up to, but also in terms of spirit as well, which I think is nice, you know? He's worked his ass off, and I think he deserves that break, as we all do. I think everyone deserves to live a life of you know, hard work if necessary, but also leisure when needed, you know. And so yeah, it's interesting. Again, I feel a little bit like the black sheep of my family sometimes, because I'm leading a very different life to everyone else, especially with this foray into the online world. You know, I got my boomy side from my dad, who is a literal boomer, and my sister got her more tech side from our mum. So my brother maybe is a bit of both. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's like, it's interesting. And yeah, I'm in my feels. I always get in my feels when I talk about my health and when I talk about my family. Like, there's a poem that I wrote about my brother. It's the first poem on my website, like the very, very first posted one. And I'll never read it on stream because it's just too emotional. It's like, it'll get me immediately in my fucking feels. They just mean everything to me. And, you know, you guys are the next most important thing. Like, there is a part of me that wants to say that with this stream we're like a family, and even if I may believe that, it's very easy to slide into parasocial territory, so I refrain from saying it a lot of the times. But as far as caring about things goes, you guys are the next, like, most intense thing that I care about, whatever that's worth. Hopefully at least a little bit. And so I'm low-key in love with you guys, just so you know. Though I understand if you want to take things slow. And yeah, you guys have given me the gift of understanding myself. You know, talking out loud, talking to myself, talking to you, and unraveling some things that may have otherwise remained totally obscured and hidden in my mind. You know, just collecting dust or creating unnecessary friction. So it seems like there's a lot of low-key love going on here. It's so true. I really do. Like, I wish I could thank you guys in a way that feels more tangible than just with words, you know? And yeah, it's like, it's not possible. If you're wondering what I'm holding, it's a little fidget toy. It helps me concentrate. I'm not even low-key about it. Yeah, me neither, actually. Yeah. Instead of wine and a full meal, we'll all start off with peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Yes, I think Elvis would be proud too. And what else? A bit of, let's see. If we were to have like an Emmy convention, Elvis would be a featured guest, of course. We'd have Patrick's all around, free to take. And yeah, just kind of like, you know, mingle. There'd be art stations where you could write poetry or play games or make music. It'd be pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. It'll be like PAX, but a little bit more unhinged, a little bit more scuffed, and maybe just a dash of thirsty as well. But yeah, I don't know. I was also scared when I was thinking about retiring. I was in a lot of pain from my wrists. They haven't really pained me in a long time, which is weird. Sometimes when you're in pain, you think, fuck, this is my life now. I'm going to be like this forever. But then all of a sudden, it's been like 6 weeks and you don't realize, or you do realize, I haven't been in pain for a very long time, right? I'm grateful about that. Though I know that if I start pushing them too much again, it's going to be to my detriment. So I'm trying to take it easy. In fact, I haven't even been going to the gym because I've just been trying to rest, especially in the first month of the year when there's a lot of hecticness going on. There's a lot of traveling, family stuff, and yeah, just general busyness. So Feb 1st, I'm back in the gym, and I hope my wrists will still like me and they won't be calling out for, you know, for reinforcements. I don't want to wear my fucking wrist brace at the gym. But anyway, yeah, the Elvis motto would be mix, mingle, and mercy. Good Lord, little lady. EmmyCon 2027. That's for real. Actually, no, it's not real, but it could be. It really could be. Think about that. But yeah. It's crazy. I don't know. I want to ask you guys, like, do you ever feel just randomly fucking exhausted? Is that a normal feeling? And I mean, like, unjustifiably exhausted. Like, you've just basically lounged around all day, but you still feel like you've run a marathon type beat. Because that has happened to me a lot. And it can basically feel like a total mind fuck because you just think, am I just a lazy piece of shit? Or am I actually like, is something actually going on? And so, yeah, it's really weird. It's a bit like having a cold or like the flu, but without the flu, the majority of the flu symptoms and just like the general fatigue side of it. It's not fun. And I'm sure that there are a couple of lifestyle reasons for that, but not to the extent that it would cause this amount of chaos, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. My sleep is probably the biggest one that people could point to. But the thing is, I've always slept in a very erratic kind of fashion. And my energy levels, I was about to say my Elvis levels. My Elvis levels are always up here. But my energy levels, they're typically like, I don't know. They fluctuate independently of that. So I'm still trying to figure it out. But yeah. Anyway. What else did I want to talk about? Because these are the same topics that I've been talking about recently, and it may be kind of boring to some. I just figured I would fill in some of the like new developments. And so, yeah. I want to hear from you guys instead of me talking around the same topics again and again, but only if you're comfortable, because I know health-related things are very personal. Like Air Night being so generous to share. My family, father, late grandmother have had health issues heart-wise, AFib, so it scares me a little because I've had murmurs and palpitations before. So I try to limit the stress and am mainly always relaxed. That's beautiful. Late mother also has dementia, so I'm hoping my mind keeps for a long time. Honestly, like dementia and Alzheimer's and stuff like that are some of the worst fucking diseases that ravage our population. Some of the most horrifying shit you'll ever see, beyond that of any horror movie or like fucking scary game or anything. It's like, it's real life and it's as horrible as you can imagine. I'm sorry to hear about your late mother. But yeah, it's crazy, like to think about things that could run in the family, things that do run in the family, and things that a lot of the time, I've noticed this, when something runs in the family, especially if it's mental health related, a lot of the times, like parents or whatever, they just think it's normal. It's like, I think I might have ADHD. But then your parents are like, no, that's how everyone is. And it's like, no, that's just how you guys are, but you don't realize it. You know what I mean? Especially with the older generations, they don't really, they weren't really taught about that stuff in school. So they don't really have a frame of reference. They just think it's all made up bullshit, right? And so a lot of the times you kind of have to step outside your own bubble to realize what's normal and what's not. So for instance, making friends outside of family friends, making acquaintances even that you just like get to know over time and hear like, oh, actually, I shouldn't be feeling like shit 24/7. I shouldn't be having thoughts of, you know, unpleasant, a very unpleasant nature. And it's just another reason why it's so important to have strong connections and far-reaching strong connections, like from people from different walks of life and all that stuff, because otherwise you might stay too insulated and not realize what's normal and what's not, especially when it comes to mental health, you know. Because no, for anyone wondering, it's not normal to feel like shit 24/7. It's not normal to feel sad 24/7. It's not normal to want to hurt yourself or to want to hurt others. There are lots of things that we end up not talking about because it's maybe uncomfortable or whatever, but it's very worthwhile to have those discussions, you know, to make sure that we're basically taking as good care of ourselves as we can and others, you know. Today you, tomorrow me type beat. Your late mother and I formed it at 43 and passed 20 years later in 2019. It was terrible to watch and hurt all of us. Ugh, I'm so sorry. It really is the most, like, I don't have any words for it besides just horrifying and atrocious. Like, I'm kind of going through something similar right now with my my grandmother. She doesn't have dementia, but she, like, it's hard to explain. She has dementia-like symptoms, but it's not because of dementia itself. It's because of a brain tumor pressing up against those parts of the brain. And so it's basically the same thing, different cause. Though it makes us feel a little bit better to know that it doesn't run in the family, if that makes sense. As horrible and fucking, dire as that is. And so I know exactly kind of how you're feeling in terms of watching that unfold, the person kind of changing and becoming, I don't know, like more of a shell of who they are. And I can imagine that it would divide the family, yeah. Oftentimes you turn to your grandmother for wisdom, advice, and otherwise. That's beautiful. I'm glad you still had that connection. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear, but I'm glad you still had those moments, and which is why a big part of why you're so well spoken and eloquent. Well, then I think that's a beautiful way to continue one's legacy. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful gift that you can give her and us through taking those lessons or experiences and like kind of amalgamating them into who you are. And so, yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Wow, yeah. And Cody, for you, sleep has always been erratic. I definitely know what that's like. But I lean into it because they've found me some great things, like being in this stream, for example. As for mental health, even though I have a lot of great days, for years I felt like I had to keep it bottled. So now that I don't have to, it will leak out. I think it's also kind of what keeps me home 99% of the time. Yeah, for sure. Like, I've actually had to cancel plans because I was feeling like too anxious, too sad, too insecure or whatever to like fucking leave the house. You know what I mean? Times where I've just curled up in a corner, like on the couch or in bed, and just like stared at a wall or cried or wrote in my diary until my fingers felt numb. It's like, we're really out here. Even if someone is looking really nice and happy on the outside, it's really hard to tell what they might be going through, Excuse me. And so it's like being kind to yourself and to others is always a beneficial thing to do. And yeah, even some of the world's happiest looking people can sometimes have their own issues. I think the best example of that is someone like Robin Williams, who unfortunately passed away from an assumed suicide. It's been kind of debated because there could have been like an autoerotic angle to it, but I'm not sure. For all intents and purposes, I think they have deemed it a suicide. But he seemed to be some of the fucking, upon one of the most funniest persons ever. That wasn't really English, but you know what I mean. He was upon the list, I should say, of the funniest, happiest, most happy-go-lucky, people ever. And yeah, I think I read something about him having some kind of like mental health issue or degenerative brain issue that caused some of his suicidality. But yeah, it's crazy, right? And yeah, there's something to be said about comedians. They tend to have this perspective that is like they've seen something about the world that they're then able to put into terms that we can laugh at, right? And it's kind of interesting to think how closely tragedy and comedy are connected. And after all, if you think about like the Greek theater masks, the happy one and the sad one, the comedy and the tragedy, they go hand in hand. In a way, it makes me think about like two sides of the same coin kind of thing. To know one, you also have to kind of know the other quite intimately. And that's what gives people the perspective in the first place. In a way, I feel like comedians are very closely related to poets. I don't know if I fully got that comedy gene. A lot of the times I end up being funny by accident. But in terms of like what poets and comedians do, they often take language and use it to delight and surprise and otherwise create an experience from that language, you know, all that physicality. And there is also physicality in writing. That's the thing. So it's interesting to think about what you can do with words. You can either make someone laugh, or you can make someone cry, or you can make someone turned on. You know, it's like there's a lot of room there to play. And I think both kind of professions, if you want to put it that way, end up doing very similar things, or at least with similar techniques. It's all about surprise and creating some kind of mood or moment. And so I have a lot of sympathy for comedians. I don't fully understand their craft because obviously I'm not in that world. But I see similarities between what they do with their words and what poets, you know, if successful, do with their words. So does that make sense? Yeah. Also, I do agree there is beauty in all life. You're absolutely right. And I think it's sometimes a reminder to, like you were saying here, not to forget and appreciate the small moments. Like sometimes when I go visit my grandma, she's lost a lot of her ability to speak, and especially in English. She used to know English and Arabic, but I think she's basically lost most of her English at this point. So we can't really communicate, right? Because unfortunately, I'm plebeian and I don't know how to speak Egyptian Arabic. But sometimes she, we just sit there and we just enjoy one another's company, and we just kind of, without speaking, communicate through being present. And that is something that is totally invaluable. It's something that, you know, you don't need anything for, to fully indulgently appreciate. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do as much as possible while we basically still can. And that part cannot be taken away. Like the corest sense of someone's identity, you can't take that away no matter what. And I think that's a nice sentiment. So I totally agree with what you're saying. But yeah. Cody says, maybe it's parasocial. I don't care, but I'm grateful for all the online friends I've made. I wouldn't never want to lose the connections because they made me feel like I'm not alone. Yeah, I mean, I honestly feel like, you know, now it's different because I'm a streamer, right? I have a different perspective on what it's like to be online. But even before I started streaming, I already owed my life to some people on the internet. Like people like Germa, for example, as much as it is a meme around here. People like the YouTubers that I watched every single day when I felt like I couldn't relate to anyone around me, or when I felt sad about myself and needed someone to cheer me up. Like those people had already shown me how important it was to have those online connections. But then starting to stream was the total like dialing it up to 11 that I didn't realize how deep it could really go. Like, and of course, like my streamer friends that I've made are incredibly important to me. But you guys, like just learning what it's like to have people that will show up and just listen to you ramble about random things. Like how much of an ego trip is that? It's fucking insane. It's so insane that it requires 4 ins. And so it's like the kind of thing where suddenly I was struck, at least, with this incredible sense of responsibility, you know? Like, how does anyone take this lightly? Like, how does anyone have the gall to treat this lightly? It's the kind of thing where it's actual people behind the screen, not just numbers. This isn't some game. It's not like about your analytics, your fucking CCV, or how much money you're making per stream. Like, these are people. They've tuned in to watch you because they want to hear what you have to say. Like, isn't that the biggest fucking blessing of all. And so I learned very quickly, like, how to at least try to do right by those people and make sure that you're not fucking, taking them for a ride, kind of wringing them dry, as I heard one streamer actually say. Like, actually treating them like people and not just like faceless, nameless robots behind the screen. Weirdly enough, that doesn't seem to be the popular sentiment, which constantly baffles my mind. But yeah, it's one of those things where I only since starting streaming, I was able to fully appreciate it and understand how, you end up in a way depending on people and vice versa. They depend on you to show up when you say you will, to make sure that you're being honest and truthful, like to mean what you say and say what you mean. And that is an incredible responsibility. It's a compliment. It's not a chore like some people see it as. Like some streamers are like, they feel like they're being unjustly asked upon, And so, especially I think the bigger you get, maybe there's something more nuanced to be said there, which I don't have access to because I'm not in that space. But like, how can you feel anything but incredibly grateful to even be given a platform in the first place? Because it would be very easy for me to have literally no one here right now, and that's like fine, but it's mind-boggling to even think that you guys, some of the coolest people on the internet, would spend your very, very hard-earned time here, So of course I want to do right by that, like by any means necessary. And yeah, it's like, it's something that constantly blows my mind. So yeah, I don't know. You guys mean a lot to me. I hope you know that. And Cody, I'm glad that you feel like a person here. Because honestly, I mean, I think of you guys often, and I try to make sure that I remember people's names. Like, sometimes people use their usernames, but then I'm like, oh, would you like me to call you by your actual name? And I don't use any programs to remember it or anything. I just like approach it as if it were real life, like if I met someone in person, there wouldn't be a floating name above their head. And so that helps me. And like, thinking about things that people have told me, like if they have a job interview or if they're going to school or if they have a pet and that pet's name, like I try and remember those little details because I don't know, it just seems like a nice thing to do. And yeah, sometimes I do also wish that I could hear people's voices. Maybe like we have, I think for one of the upcoming milestones, we have like a call-in segment kind of roughly planned. So that could be a fun time. But that is laden with its own kind of problems and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, it constantly surprises me how other kind of online figures tend to treat their audiences. A lot of the times it's very different to how they present online, like in front of the camera, which is has been the biggest shock to me. Like, yeah, it's hard. I don't want to like call out anyone or like start anything, but once you start going to those events and meeting those actual people, you start to see how they actually are behind the camera. And sometimes it's really nice and you make a best friend for life, but other times it can be very disappointing and downright fucking horrible. So from some of the stories that I've heard, at least, like borderline criminal is all I'm gonna say. And yeah, Team Dinos, you're right. They wouldn't be a floating name above their head yet. It's coming soon. I'm almost certain. But there is actually on Twitch, there's a couple of programs that allow you to put someone's nickname next to their username and only you can see it, right? And so it's like, it's one of those things where I understand the utility in those and I don't at all begrudge people that use those programs. But for me, it was like an extra layer of challenging to be like, well, let's try and make this as real as possible. And of course, at some point in the future, if I do continue to grow this channel, which, would be an incredible honor, maybe it'll become untenable, right? But it's one of those things that's fun to at least attempt, and actually pay homage to some of the people that have spent the most time here, some of the OGs, the legacy kind of chatters. And even calling people chatters feels fucking weird. I like saying friends or people or you guys, because it's like way more humanizing. Imagine if you were in real life having a conversation in like a friend group and someone said, hey chatters, like hey chat. I know like teenagers are doing it now ironically, but to use it unironically seems really weird. So I tried to humanize people instead of the other way round. And again, that's kind of a privilege of having this size of a community. When you're really small and when you're really large, it's hard to do that. It's kind of almost like a horseshoe. Because when you're really, really large, you can't keep up with your chat at all. It's basically like you're back to talking to no one again when you first start streaming. You just have to kind of talk about whatever suits your fancy and hope that people still want to listen. But yeah, when you're in this kind of like point in time, like enough to make some lasting connections with people, it's very, 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 I'm stalling because I can't think of the right word. Maybe intimate, but that's not exactly right either. It feels very real, at least, and that's really nice. Yeah, no chattering here. That's right. I've met some people from Twitch that I feel like where have you been type beat, and that's crazy because I started streaming on a total whim. So it goes to show that some tiny decisions can totally change your life, for better or for worse, but usually for the better. Or at least in my experience on Twitch, it's been for the better. Absolutely. There have been people in a way that due to the nature of online stuff, they kind of flit in and out of your life. They have spare time, so they come and chat with you, and then some time goes past and they're like back to work, or they're changing up their schedules, and so they can't see you anymore. But that actual connection that's been made is no less special. It's like something that has over time developed into something larger than the sum of its parts. Like people that have been in this stream that I haven't seen for ages, people like Benaga Benjin and stuff like that haven't been around. Stevie, there was even one of my very first followers and my first mod, Pope, who literally shows up like once a year, but every time it's like a treat and it feels like no time has passed, essentially. That's a kind of special connection that can be made, and it's kind of unpossessive, if that makes sense, and ultimately very nice, and yeah, I could never blame anyone for having life to live. This is always just an kind of added little bonus on top should someone feel so inclined. And any type of missing that I do of you guys is never the kind where it's like, oh, you should be here instead of anywhere else. It's more just like a general I wish you well type beat, I feel that way about a lot of people that I don't really see anymore, but we have the server, which is nice. So it's kind of like a proxy for communication, even if I'm not streaming. And I think that's kind of, I should also set more of my sites on the server to make it even more user-friendly and active. It's been kind of, it's been updated very slowly but surely, in kind of chunks at a time. And so, I fucking love chill people that know how to be chill. Yeah, it's like, we have our high energy moments, but we also have lots of very low key kind of chilled out moments too, just like thinking about thinking, philosophizing. And I think I like it that way because I can't pretend to be fucking, hi guys, today I'm dropping 5 of my best friends onto a private island. I can't do that shit. It's not sustainable, at least. And more power to the people that can. I know people that are just naturally bombastic, you know what I mean? People like Azza and even Shad sometimes, though he has his moments, that are just fucking always entertaining and always on. That's their personality though, and they're not putting it on, Azza especially, he's just like, I used to talk with him a lot more than I do now. Actually, I haven't really talked to him in a while. But when we used to talk off stream, like offline, he was literally exactly the same. Basically the biggest ball of energy you could ever imagine, right? And so when people are like that and they're just unapologetically themselves, it just, like, it feels natural, feels easy. And yeah, I also feel safe here, Cody, which I'm really glad to hear that from you. It's a real blessing to be able to be that space for people. So, yeah. I miss a lot of the OGs, Sometimes they pop by, but other times it's just like, I can appreciate the times that we had together. There was Maui, Hearts, Pope, Steven Stuff, Benaga Benjin, Cody, of course, one of the OGs, but Cody's still here, Miss Ozzy and some of our other friends, But the cool thing is there's always like new people to kind of learn from and to start new, beautiful, unfolding connections with, like the petals of a beautiful flower. And eventually you just have this big, beautiful garden. So it's hard to be, to feel possessive in that way, because there's always the chance for a new flower to blossom, And I don't think, well, with streaming it's a little bit tricky, but I don't think it's a zero-sum game, right? Like where if you have something, then it means you're taking away from someone else. At least when it comes to the friendships and stuff like that. It's more like there's enough love for everyone, right? And Cody, I'm glad that you enjoyed the golden cherry that you received. I'm glad that that awards night was not too corny, It's something that I really like doing, that once per year awards night. But I don't know if people could see it as maybe too self-indulgent or something. It was a highlight for me as well. So yeah, I don't know, it's interesting. It's weird to open yourself up to friendships and stuff means like there is the chance of being hurt or neglected in some way. But there's that quote, that ever famous quote, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never have loved at all. I think there's a lot to that, actually. It can be painful in the moment, but in a way, as fucked up as that is, it also leads to some good art if you've loved and lost. And not loving at all does not lead to good art. Well, sometimes. It depends. If there's yearning involved. But yeah. Anyway. Let me see here. What even is the day and time? It's Thursday. Fuck. That means the next stream will be with my friend. If I've got this correct. Sorry, I'm being so rude right now. Probably Saturday. Yeah, so the next stream. It's one to tune in for sure. Fuck. Okay. Next stream, 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time / Daylight Time, whichever one it is. Yeah, we're going to be introducing a new character to this little universe. And so even to some of our new friends, I think it's worth checking out because it's a kind of stream that I think you would probably get unhinged quite quickly. You know, whenever there's a guest on the stream, it's like it gets out of control, and hence the, you know, it's not always like this slogan, but it'll be less cursed than when my sister makes me up into weird creatures, but probably a touch more revealing in terms of my life and, you know, some of the things that have happened. This is the friend that when we were younger, we used to chat on MSN a lot, and when we didn't have anything to say, we just type I'm still here" into the kind of little search bar thingy or whatever it was, the chat bar. And so, yeah, interesting. Oh yeah, also I was going to show you guys that I released a little new music video today, because I do one every Thursday, and I figured why not show you guys now that there's some time to, and it's relatively short. I apologize for the white background, by the way. I might just change that after the stream. This is called Can't Pretend, and it's a little bit loud, so I'm going to turn it down. Oh, but I can't pretend, not after yesterday, when the whole world became a Valentine. If this is how it ends, you'll be the lullaby that turned the whole world into rosy skies. See, a little ditty. And it's interesting because actually my voice was a little bit younger there and a little bit more shaky, but it kind of added to this song, like especially like in the at the ends of each of those lines, like when the whole world became a Valentine. Like there's a bit of a tremor, and especially at the end, like if this is how it ends, you'll be the lullaby that turned the whole world into rosy skies. There's like that little bah. And so it goes to show sometimes even little imperfections can like, I don't know, add to the textural intrigue, right? Which is why the motto here is "In Pursuit of Imperfection." Uploads every Thursday, music and poetry. What was the last one? Oh, the last one was just me playing Happy Birthday on guitar. I think I've shown you all of these. But yeah, if anyone's new here as well, this is my little music YouTube channel. Music and poetry. And yeah, I know they're so short, Cody. You're right. I feel like when I'm by myself, that's about my MO. But when I'm actually collaborating with people, that's when I can make things a little bit longer. And next week at some point, I should be able to reconnect with like a musical friend of mine, and we can maybe make a longer song. The one that I played a snippet of for you guys, but without the instrumental, it was like eternal bleeding heart spring, as wicked as it seems. Like that song, that actually has kind of like a short instrumental to go with it, but we need to expand it out. Because once I heard the instrumental, then my brain just started catching on fire essentially, and I wrote basically the whole song after that. And so I will keep you guys updated, which is basically my new favorite saying. There's a lot, and this is what happens, like to be in a kind of transitive phase where a lot is in the works, with only little bits and pieces that you're able to show for yourself. And so yeah. And yeah, I totally agree with you, Cody. That's the thing. I'm often frustrated at myself of not being able to like have the actual technique to finish a song. So I think my solution is to either nut up or find someone to collab with more long term, because, you know, I think mostly my lane is the lyrics and melody. And I use the actual instrumental as a vehicle. But a lot of the time, it's the other way around for artists. The instrumental is meant to be the star of the show instead of just an afterthought. And so the best combination, of course, is when both are respective stars of their domain. That is hard, though, especially for an amateur like me. So eventually, guys. Yeah. And also, for anyone that was curious about some new poetry, I'll see if I have anything here. I might do. I might do. I remember what I was writing was in my Remarkable, which is actually just up here. I remember I was writing about parks. So maybe I can share that with you guys as a little bedtime story. I hope it's charged. Please be charged. The thing about this is that it stays charged for like a month, which is cool. All right, yes. Now, I didn't write every day of Parks. By the way, Parks is like the Elvis festival. But I wrote for a couple of days, so we'll see. Here. The 9th of the 1st, 2025. It's the second day of the Parks Festival. So much has happened already. I'm riding by the pool after a not so restful night due to some noise disturbances, and I'm feeling excited for whatever the day might bring. I'm excited to eat a corn dog, dress up all pretty, see some Elvises, yes plural, hang out with my friends, and maybe even take some pictures. It's only been a day, and yet we have spent a bit of money already, mostly on food. I felt a bit bad sometimes because I was the one constantly hungry, while all my friends and the people I was hanging out with weren't really that concerned with where or what to eat. However, for me, it was something that I was thinking about a lot. When I get too hungry, it's hard for me to think about anything else. Just being radically honest here. I guess that's how I get about most things, one-track mind. Right now, my stomach is feeling weird, almost like it's tight, cramping. But I don't know why, since I just woke up. Unless it's something that I ate yesterday. Or something, question mark. I made sure to take my meds this morning, so at least it's not related to that, hopefully. Someone just got out of the pool and started walking towards me, lol. This little campsite is actually quite nice. There are lots of caravans parked here. It kind of makes me want a caravan of my own. I could see myself traveling Australia on a fried out combi or whatever the lyric is. Even if recently I've been kind of finding it scary to drive since I got rear-ended. Sorry, I lost my place. Oh, here. Even though... Fuck. Okay. It's scary to drive since I got rear-ended. It wasn't even that bad of a crash, all things considered, but it felt, it left a dent on my heart like it left a dent on my car. I jest, but it's unfortunately true. Driving was one of my favorite pastimes before, and although I still enjoy it, now there is a tinge of fear swirled into the whole experience. I'm not as confident on the road anymore, and prefer being driven during regular traffic hours. I miss the old car type here. I spent so much time with that car that I got to know it very well. This new car, as flashy, economic, and upgraded as it is, well, it's just different, and that's okay. But it's not something I've fully gotten used to yet. My stomach still hurts. I hope it goes away soon. And then some fucking personal shit. Let's see. Just lady stuff, you know what I mean. I'm hoping to make another little music video for the Club Cherry channel. If I'm more prepared and locked in, as the kids are saying, I would have scheduled one last week, but alas, I really am taking things one step at a time. I missed writing. My thoughts feel like they're being deciphered here, as opposed to staying unconfirmed chaos in my head, all talking over one another. Every time I come back to this practice, I feel grateful for it. Imagine how peaceful, how powerful I would be if I did this every day. Unfortunately, not much can motivate me these days. And so, yeah. I'll keep this diary updated, but essentially I'm trying to stay above water. Yeah. I get really fucking honest in these. And yes, it is the day that I got bitten by mosquitoes. Oh gosh. Yeah. Anyway, I'm starting to itch from sitting outside too long. I'm really liking this radical honesty thing. I hope to write some more tomorrow because boy, do I have a lot to say. Yours, Emmy. Oh gosh. This is the next day. I can read that too. My writing is so hard to read. It's crazy. Now I know what you guys have been talking about. Yeah, I got bitten like crazy. I got bitten on my foot, a couple times on my leg, a couple times on my arms, and they fucking swelled up. So, yeah. This next entry is the day after, so the 10th. And yeah, if there's any references that you guys don't know, I'll try and fill you in because sometimes I forget when I'm reading it that you guys aren't actually in my head. So, the 10th of the 1st, 2025. We're still kicking up a storm in parks and it has been a blast so far. I've already seen multiple amazing shows, danced and walked my feet off, been in a photo shoot, spoken backstage with one of the band members, Vito for the win, eaten not one but 2 corn dogs and half a bucket of fairy floss. That might explain the stomach pain, but that was preemptive. I've been wanting to stream, but so far I've gotten home every night at like midnight or later and completely knackered without any Wi-Fi. So because the thing is like I'd have to walk to like a cafe or something or like fucking ask the neighbors or whatever. And so I wasn't able to stream. I still had time to make a Club Cherry video though. I don't want to lose my streak. Sleeping has been an interesting challenge. Okay, so by the way, my auntie also snores and the like neighbors were very loud as well sometimes. The earplugs I bought have come very much in handy. Also, I've been listening to white noise to block out the snoring and it was working perfectly until my phone died. Everyone here is so nice. People will just stop you on the street to tell you that you look beautiful or that they hope you have a nice day. They hope you have a nice day. Yeah, that's right. Spirits are high, as is the temperature. I swear I've been sweating my butt off. The shade has been our best friend and I've been slathering myself in sunscreen. I'm lucky. I have not been sunburnt and I plan to keep it that way. I'm writing in my cabin this time because the last time I wrote poolside I got bitten by mozzies, which are still itching by the way. The bites I mean, not the mozzies themselves. I was totes devo. Anyway, I have learnt my lesson. The pool does look beautiful though. I'm wondering if I should buy a dress today. The thing is, I already have so many, ... I'll see. I took out $2,000 to fund this trip, and that's a little bit crazy. Still though, I've been having so much fun. One of the main shows yesterday with Cody and Riley was so good. Like, I was absolutely blown away. This rendition of, their rendition of Poke Salad Annie absolutely went off. And it was funny when Vito had a little showcasing of his voice because he's had a very deep voice. He has the deepest voice that I've ever heard. When we saw him after the show, we had a nice long chat. And at the end, I told him to rest his voice and he said in the deepest voice ever, I will. It was very funny. So much more happened than I can't even remember. I went to the library, had pad thai, went op shopping, and scored some bargains. I had ice cream and more. I have to go now because we're about to go study? No. Start? Something. We're about to something fun day of shows, food, and Elvis galore. I literally can't read my own writing. We're going to see Mark Andrew now, and we better hurry. He's starting soon, and I'm still in the cabin waiting to go. See you soon, Emmy. And so this next article is from the day after, and oh my gosh, this is probably my most personal one yet, right? So are you guys ready? Because this is going to be like kind of embarrassing, but that's what a diary is for, right? So you guys have to just be like, okay, that's cool, Emmy, that's cool. And I would have written more of this because there's still more to say about this, like way more, but I think I just ended up having to go or something. So it kind of finishes a bit abruptly, but yeah, this next one is really what like diaries are for in terms of embarrassingness. Let me get nice and close here. So, because I think I might be slightly out of focus. There we go. Is that not me just fixing my hair on camera? Okay. Nice and close for this story time. I'm also going to use this person's real name because I feel like it's kind of fine and I don't think she would mind. Because it's a very unique name as well and it kind of adds to the whole dynamic. So, okay. This is from the day after. It's a little bit short, but just bear with me. There's this girl called India here at Parks. She's so beautiful that it kind of makes my head spin. It's not just that though. She's sweet as anything and super fun to talk to. So it makes sense that everybody loves her and wants to be around her. When we're together, all the cutest boys want her. When we're together, they barely look at me. It makes me feel a little bit self-conscious and uncomfortable, and then guilty for feeling uncomfortable. She deserves all the wonderful things that come her way, though. I guess I just have to reconcile with my own feelings of inadequacy. ... Is that how you spell that? Now, because it just ends there, maybe I can tell you guys a bit more about this girl. She's absolutely stunning. She could be a model, but she's just too shy to be a model, which is crazy. And literally so sweet. She'll talk to anyone about anything, and that kind of unpretentious humbleness that, you know, makes her very easy to talk to. And I just found myself feeling a little bit almost jealous in a way. I don't know if jealous is the right word, but like feeling like, damn, I think you're so freaking cool. It's making me feel a little bit nervous almost. And like, I want what you have. Maybe envy is the right word. And so it was weird because she never made me feel threatened. She never made me feel embarrassed or uncomfortable. And it was entirely self-referential, which was my key that maybe I should like actually do some fucking soul searching. You know what I mean? And eventually I'd like to believe I got over it, right? As I started to get more comfortable, I realized that the reason people were like warming up to her seemingly more than me was because they already had known her, right? I learnt pretty late that she knew some of those people from like years back, going to Parks multiple years in a row. That she'd gotten to know them instead of just meeting them for the first time like I was. And I was like, why do they're getting on so well? Why do I feel like I'm making a bad impression? But I didn't realize at the time that I kind of had not a disadvantage, but I had less familiarity. And so that kind of soothed some of my anxieties and made me feel a little bit more normal again. Because I felt like at every moment I was getting mogged, right? Imagine you're getting mogged at every opportunity. It's not a nice feeling. And so over time, she also like kind of helped introduce me to people as well. So instead of feeling left out, she actually made an effort to make me feel left in. You know what I mean? And so that was nice because it was like something she didn't have to do at all, but she maybe could sense that I was feeling a little bit awkward, because I'm still pretty shy in real life, guys, despite the fact that we talk here for like 4 hours at a time. I'm still very much like, I don't know, I can be very resistant at first. And so to have someone to break the ice for you is a very handy thing. Eventually, we ended up being really close. And yeah, she's such a beautiful individual, inside and out. And so it's not one of those things where someone looks pretty on the outside, but they have a bad personality. You can kind of feel like you feel justified in like hating on them or whatever. She was beautiful inside and out. And so was her mum. She was really nice. And so eventually I was like, I don't know, maybe those feelings were just like, I don't know, random self-conscious bubbles that can be popped and like, just disappeared. And so, yeah, I actually have heard from her since I got back. And I think my auntie has also been talking to her mom, which is funny. So like we're friends and then my auntie's friends with her mom. So it's like 2 layers of friendship. She's just like, yeah, really sweet. And it's that case where you just like someone and you want the best for them. And then they are getting the best and you're like, good. I'm glad that that's the way it is. But yeah, I don't know. When I first met her, I was a bit like, what's the word? I guess self-conscious is the most accurate. But it wasn't like for any reason that I could pinpoint other than the fact that I envied her demeanor. Yeah, maybe I was slightly intimidated as well. And so to have an exercise in not letting those thoughts fester is, I think, a good practice. Because sometimes those thoughts come up and it's not about, it doesn't make you a bad person to think those things. I think it's more about what you do with your actions that determines the kind of person you are. Like if you end up hurting someone or trying to make yourself feel better by putting them down or like, yeah, just kind of ruining their life, that's not a good thing to do. But to think certain things. I mean, I don't believe in thought crime. And so it's kind of like, the processing of the emotion, I think, was the first step of me being like, you know what, I'm being silly. Why not just like try to integrate, instead of watching from afar? And eventually I ended up gathering up the courage to talk to some of the people that I was watching her talk to and thinking, oh, why aren't they coming up to me? It's like, well, maybe I should go up to them, and that shift in perspective was very helpful. So, yeah, it was something that I needed to write about because I felt like if I didn't, it would just continue to grow and blow way out of proportion. But it eventually just turned out to be nothing, and I made a great friend out of it. And so I'm glad that I didn't let that kind of envy get in the way, which is, I'd like to believe, has kind of melted into more of a general appreciation. There's that word that is, I don't know if it's an official dictionary word, but it gets tossed around in certain circles. It's called compersion, which is like the opposite feeling of jealousy. Feeling good through seeing another person feeling good. It's like their enjoyment brings you enjoyment. And I think a lot of the times, if you're maybe diligent enough, you can melt jealousy into compersion. Like, it's a kind of thing that takes a lot of work to do, of course, and you have to really want it. You have to really want to mean it as well. Like for me, there have been times in the past, like even there's something actually that I was meaning to tell you guys about. Like in the past, and especially in person, depending on what like makeup look I have on and what style of dress I have on, in the past I've been compared to like Billie Eilish, right? And that's an incredible compliment. She's absolutely beautiful and talented. But the reality is I'm not Billie Eilish as much as I would want to be. And so to be compared to someone with such a grandiose life and such a wonderful talent and like basically living my dream life, sometimes when I would hear, oh, you look like Billie Eilish or you remind me of Billie Eilish, it would remind me of the stark fact that I do not have her life and I am not her, right? And so it's kind of like, eventually I started feeling like I didn't want to hear that, even though I fucking love Billie Eilish. Like it was weird to love someone so much and then not want to be compared to them. But maybe it was just because every time I was compared to her, it was reinforcing. I know, yeah, maybe I resemble her in some way. It's just the dark hair, really, but I'm not her. And that, to be reminded of that was like, ouch, you know? It's this weird fucking thing. It's hard for me to explain, but essentially it was like, I felt like basically Billie Eilish from Wish, you know? And that's a horrible feeling. It's like to basically feel like not yourself, but a poor man's version of something else that's way better, way cooler, way more talented, and way prettier, you know? And so this weird feeling overcame me where all of a sudden this incredible artist that I love and admire, I was suddenly starting to feel this bubbling insecurity and jealousy, right? And even now, sometimes that still crops up. But I think what I did purposely was kind of similar to what I did with the India case, if we want to call it that. And I just sat with those feelings for a while. I talked out loud about it, not on stream until now, but I wrote down a few things as well. Eventually, I started to realize, again, the entire world is not a zero-sum game. Like, you can love Billie Eilish and you can love Emmy Cherry. Like, there's room for all of us, right? And slowly but surely, I think I tried to melt that jealousy into more of a compersion type feeling, because her having success is not taking anything away from me. You know what I mean? Like, she should be loved and admired, and her work should be listened to and enjoyed, you know? Like, when I think more about what jealousy is, to me, it's not really about the other person. It's about my own perceived deficits. And that obviously can only be fixed with internal work. And like, it has nothing essentially to do with the other person themselves. Like, if you take the logic to its conclusion, you get some pretty horrifying outcomes. Like, okay, I'm jealous of Billie Eilish. What do I want? Do I want her to fail? Do I want her to flop? Do I want her to never make another well-received song ever again? Do I want her beauty to dry up and fade? No. When I think about the outcomes, I'm horrified. But that's what jealousy makes you think that you want. And so it's like, okay, that can't be it then. What am I feeling? Oh, I'm feeling unappreciated. Why am I feeling unappreciated? People around me treat me very well. It's like, okay, well then maybe I'm not appreciating myself, you know? And so I realized, fuck, that's kind of true. I haven't been appreciating myself. I've been staying up too late or not getting enough sleep. I haven't been exercising. I haven't been eating well. So when I thought about the entire thing, you take it like a camera lens and you zoom all the way out. This thing that I thought was the issue, oh, Billie Eilish is too pretty, was actually something way more basic and fundamental. I'm not getting enough fucking sleep, you know? And it's crazy how often problems like that are boiled down to something very basic and almost biological. It's like, I don't want anything bad to happen to those people that I admire or feel envious or jealous of, you know? Sometimes I might say that in a joking way, like, oh, I hate you, you know? But it's more like how we're thinking about and reflecting upon our own selves and our behaviors, you know? And at times, maybe when I'm feeling envious about someone, like if they're famous or whatever, like Hosier, for example, and his amazing lyricism, or like any of the other artists that I really, really like, it's more about where I feel like I'm lacking in my own like skill department. That's the issue. Like when you think about someone with such an incredible resume, like someone like Hosier, the thing that was making me feel the most insecure was maybe feeling like lazy almost, because I had all this stuff that I'd been meaning to do but hadn't done. But someone like, you know, Hosier, Billie Eilish, or any of those other artists, they were just fucking locked in and pumping out songs, and good songs as well. And so I'm like, well, why am I being so fucking lazy, you know? And it always comes back to a self-referential problem, like a reflexive kind of issue. And so eventually, with enough of that, I think the jealousy can transform, but it's painful, and it forces you to like be really startlingly honest with yourself, to be like, oh, yeah, it's true. I haven't been actually going to the gym. I haven't been working out. I have been eating corn dogs all day and half buckets of fairy floss. Maybe that's why I felt so insecure. And so it can be very telling how much better you can feel just by doing some really simple things like, you know, even sometimes a fucking shower, depending on what's been going on, you know? Like, I saw this chart somewhere and it was about like, if you're feeling sad, you should do this. If you're feeling like everyone hates you, you should do this. And so If I find that, I'll post it to the server. But it was like so true. It's like, if you think everyone hates you, go to sleep. If you feel like you hate everyone, have some food or something like that. And so, yeah, corn dogs are definitely the light. But does that make sense? Because like I've said this before, and often people don't believe me, which is, that's their right. I've said before on and offline that I'm not really a jealous person, especially when it comes to romantic things, right? But I can have flashes of jealousy, but I think the difference that I like to like make clear is that it doesn't stick for very long. Because I've known people in the past, ex-friends of mine, I suppose, that once they have a grudge or whatever, or once they feel negatively towards someone, that's it. They're in the like black books forever, And so I don't really operate like that. I don't really hold a grudge, mainly because my memory is shit, to be honest, but also I don't feel like carrying around that extra luggage, you know what I mean? And so typically I will have a flash of some negative feeling, whether it's jealousy, envy, whatever it is, I'm just as prone to crankiness and irritability as the next person, right? You guys saw me talking about the car insurance. And so the issue, or maybe the not issue, is that I kind of I try to like just let it go. Yeah, life's too short, right? And so the same thing applies with jealousy. I try and let it go as much as I can because I don't know, I feel like it's kind of it's an unproductive emotion for the most part, and often solving the jealousy is what ends up being the most helpful to my own kind of psyche. Like what I was just talking about. And so with romantic stuff, like I'm the type of person, in general, I live a pretty non-traditional lifestyle. But like I feel like once you get to know me, it doesn't surprise people that much, but from an outsider's point of view, it's like, oh, I didn't know you I didn't recognize your game in a sense. And I like to believe it's all in the writing, but still, like I'm the type of person that I think is pretty non-conventional, and in a romantic way, in a professional way, in not so much a familiar way, but even then sometimes. And so yeah, it's something that maybe is noticeable when you look at some of my personal writings, both the fiction and the non-fiction as well. But I don't really talk about it too much on the stream because, some of that stuff is private, but also some of it is still kind of actively being worked on. And it's hard to make some definitive claim on stream only to like change it up like 2 streams later and be like, oh, you know how I said that incredibly solid claim about my life? Well, actually it's totally changed. And so that's why I tend to hold back until I'm fully sure, unless I actively say it's a work in progress. But like in terms of like certain identities or whatever, I tend to keep it more on the private side. And it's something that you guys have been incredibly respectful of, which I am literally over the moon about. Because a lot of the times, and this happens the bigger you get as well, but one's fan base can become almost, I don't know, like detective level of wanting all the details. And I don't think I'd ever want that kind of relationship with an audience, because I very much value the parts of my life that I keep private. They're private for a reason. And so like when I think about some of the biggest celebrities like Taylor Swift and all that, like people getting followed around and like photographed at every opportunity and like having no private life whatsoever, that sounds like total torture to me. People like speculating on their mental health, their physical health, their sexual relationships, and it's like you become less of a person and more of an object, and that is not something that I ever would want to experience myself or even wish upon my worst enemy, you know what I mean? And so I'm really glad that with the chat here, there's often like a kind of a casual understanding that like the things that I say have been volunteered willingly, and at times where I maybe skirt around a question or like say, oh, I don't really know if I can speak on that, it's because I respect you guys enough to know that you'll respect those answers. And it's a very wholesome kind of feeling. Sometimes in other streams, or even in other communities, not necessarily just on Twitch, that's not the case. Like you see, like even on Reddit and stuff, there are full-on subreddits dedicated to just like talking negatively about certain creators. And I understand how sometimes gossiping can be fun for people, and especially if it's not too out of pocket. But sometimes the things that people say there would actually make your skin crawl, because it's like they get really in depth and talk about, you know, mental disorders that the person might have, and like things with their family. They stalk, they like go through people's fucking emails and all that. It's crazy stuff. And so, yeah. You never answered my question about the 3 numbers on the back of your card. Yeah, you know, stuff like that. It's 985. Sorry. And so it's a kind of thing where, you know, I just feel like we have a really solid thing here. And as we continue to hopefully grow, I want to keep shaping this community in a way that feels the best for everyone. And yeah, it's crazy, right? If you want to see what I mean, and I don't encourage going there. Yeah, of course it's 985, right? I don't encourage going there, but if you want to kind of see what I mean, I wonder who's the most gossiped about person. A lot of the times it is like female superstars, which, you know, go figure. The Taylor Swift one came to mind first and foremost just because she's like one of the most famous fucking people in the entire world. There's like a Taylor Swift gossip page on Reddit, I think. And the things that people say are like fucking insane. Like seriously. They say stuff like, her music makes my ears bleed and it makes me want to like, and then insert graphic detail about how they want to kill Taylor Swift. And it's like, whoa, I didn't know you, okay. Is it that deep, bro? And like, it's crazy because, you know, I understand that the gossiping, like, kind of crowd is as old as time, right? Still though, it's like fucking crazy. And Team Dinos, that's a really interesting question. Would you rather they say it or keep it inside? Sometimes there's a case of people like spurring each other on. Other times I think there is a time and a place to vent appropriately. But I want to see if I can give an example. This might take me a second to find, but I want to show you guys the extent of the craziness. I have to remember what it's called. Taylor Swift. If I just type in Taylor Swift, I wonder if it'll come up. And okay, this might be it. I won't say the actual place because I don't want to encourage anyone to go there if they don't have to. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's exactly how I feel. Expressing it might be therapeutic, but you run the risk of amplifying it within groups. So true. And to our first time chatter, hey, welcome in. Let's see. It's fucking crazy. Let me see. When people gossip about me, it's probably them saying how weird I am. Honestly, I take weird as a compliment. You should too. Okay, so this is like a video of Taylor Swift dancing, and someone just comments, "This is so embarrassing. Oh my god, I've seen better choreo at my 15-year-old cousin's high school production of Into the Woods." Someone else says, "It's like the whitest, preppiest girl in the world attempting to jump on the witchy vibe movement. Girl, you're a church-going noblewoman who would drown witches or clap as they burn at the stake. You are not witch vibes." It's like, literally. Her and her dancers are so over this tour. I bet they'll all regret extending it, and there's still like another 5 months left. Also, the daylight shows are terrible and highlight all the dance floors and awkwardness. Instead of being like, wow, look at all the cool colors and the LED bracelets on the stage, you're like, geez, that dancing is weak across the board, and she keeps digging in her ass and wiping snot constantly. This is meant to be a nighttime show for sure. And by the way, there are 2,954 comments. This is the video, by the way. Sorry. Like, it's fine. right? The thing is, I'm not really a Taylor Swift fan. My brother is probably the biggest Taylor Swift fan ever. But that's just an example of the light-hearted comments there. And there's like I said, there's almost 3,000, and that's one post. And so it's interesting because that's kind of, as crazy as it is, inevitable once you get to a certain level. No one can escape it, not even the mighty Taylor Swift herself. And no matter what you do, people criticize you. So I understand sometimes the impulse to just be like, fuck it, right? Let me just be kind of the crappiest version of myself since people are going to criticize anyway. I don't think I could ever fully go down that route because I'd have some level of like, I don't know, maybe shame still. But I can understand, people often turn into supervillains online and it's because they're more or less incentivized to. And so, yeah, it's interesting, right? Yeah, dignity, that's right. And I also hope the person criticizing isn't an Australian breakdancer. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I hope that was kind of a bit of an aside, but I hope it kind of explains what I was trying to say. That's, yeah, again, part of being an online person, or should I say in that case, a mega celebrity. But even like, influencers aren't, they aren't spared in a sense. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. I have seen Reagan has started suing people as well, which is kind of, yeah. I don't know why, like, yeah. It's a meme. Just let the meme live its lifespan. It'll eventually die out, right? But I don't know. Maybe it's different when it's like your livelihood, I suppose. And so, yeah. As someone that's big into dance, Taylor's dancing isn't mind-blowing, yeah. But she's also singing while dancing, which is hard AF. Yeah, it's like the whole thing where, I don't know. It's very easy to criticize, but it's not so easy to do it yourself, in a sense. And by the way, I am all for critique. The thing is, like, I'm all for gossip sometimes too. But there's a line where it becomes more like obsessive, Make merch, capitalize on it, exactly. I guess there's something to be said about how much an audience or even a single audience member feels entitled to attention or some kind of like, some kind of personal claim or relationship over their idol. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not the most well-versed on the topic. And again, I'm very much a small fry. Small fish in a big, big pond. But it happens at all sizes. That's the thing. Yeah, too much attention can be a bad thing. To have scrutiny on you at all times is like unhelpful. And everything you do being the potential to be a huge screw up could be very stressful. Yeah, and I do agree. We worship celebrities like gods when they're really just people, It's one of those things where I feel like most people could benefit their mental health from maybe treating themselves with more kind of admiration instead of the people that they worship. I don't know. I don't know if that really makes sense, but yeah. If I have a strong opinion, I'm more about sharing them one-on-one or in smaller groups. Yeah, sharing them online, especially harsh ones, can ripple out. You never know what the end result of putting that out there is. It's true. And especially when you're in a place that amplifies and kind of encourages other people to like add their own opinions and even stronger ones, it gets really kind of hectic out there. There's a lot of female celebrities especially that I can think of that end up getting the brunt of that. So I'm sure it happens to male celebrities as well. I just have seen less of that, so I can't really speak on it. But yeah, like, I don't know. maybe it'll be increasingly relevant as this channel grows. But there's something to be said about how growing also involves pruning. So like as you grow, you kind of trim off the excess, as in the kind of values that don't align with your vision or the people espousing those values, and making it very clear like where you want to grow, you know? Like if you cast too wide a net, which some people do because it favors their bank account, you run the risk of growing without pruning and essentially amassing a following of people that can be quite unpleasant. So, yeah. I do like Ricky Gervais. You know what's funny? We kind of started this stream talking about Ricky Gervais and, well, like kind of in the middle-ish. And now we're kind of wrapping up by talking about him too. Because, you know, it's actually crazy. We hit 4 hours. I feel like we just started. But I definitely feel like I'm ready to start winding down. Lily, thank you for popping in. Earlier I was talking about OGs. I should have mentioned you as well. And I'll see you guys next stream with my friend. So please come and say hi. She's lovely. You will love her. We actually did talk about Bo Burnham, believe it or not. We talked about his song Everything Everywhere. Wait. Could I interest you in everything all of the time? A little bit of everything all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. That one. So very comedic. We talked about Robin Williams too. Not Robbie Williams though. He's kind of topical too. Yeah, welcome to the internet. Thank you. And fuck, it's been a year. That's crazy. You're literally one of the OGs, so I'm shouting you out, my friend. And I hope you're well. It's always a treat when I get to see a drunk Lily in the chat. As we sign off for today, I just want to say thank you guys so much. And I don't know if Ben's still around, Ben with the Z, but thank you so much for your donation. What an incredible, generous gift. And like I said, you can really tell me like how I should spend it. I'm still not sure yet. Maybe just add it to the rent. But I appreciate it so much. And let's see, who's live right now? I have a soft spot for Ariala, so we're going to say hi. Playing Broken Sword, which I've never heard of. Scary that I'm considered OG. It's wonderful. I'm so happy to have you guys here. I hope you know that. I'm going to spend my very generous gifted donation from Benzie, and we'll see, I don't know, maybe you'll see something pop up on stream because I want to reinvest it, so we'll see. Yeah, it was pretty sizable too. It was $100, so I want to do right by him, and yeah, we'll see. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me, and I hope you have a wonderful time zone wherever it is you are. We're going to, basically get ready for next stream. And I'm excited and nervous, and I think you guys will absolutely love it. So until then, please take care. Hugs and kisses, cugs and hisses, behave, or at the very least, don't get caught. The stream ending slide is going to pop up in just a sec. Make sure you send Ariella all your love. Mwah. Take care. I'll see you very soon. Ding.